Hello friends, and welcome back to what might be the last 13 Sentinels Aegis Rim stream. Don't know why I struggled so hard remembering the name of the game since I've been playing it for like 30 hours. Hey, how are you? We're right here at the end of the game. There's not a whole lot left to learn. There's a couple of details about Project Arc that we haven't figured out yet, but I think that's all gonna be figured out soon. Give me a second. I gotta shuffle around some stuff and get ready to play the video game. Wow, that was some enjoyable overlapping sounds. Anyways, hi guys, how's it going? Tonight we're gonna try our best to finish Aegis Rim. There's only 6% left of Remembrance to complete, but there is still an entire new section in Destruction that we have to go through, and that's like 10 fights, and I'm sure there's going to be a boss of some kind, maybe. And boy, the fights recently have gotten kind of tough. Let's recap on what happened last time and see if there's any things that I missed, maybe? I'm pretty sure I would have went over them at the end of the stream, but... Looking at it, I don't see anything. Okay. Well, so what we did learn last time is that Project Arc is real. It's not some sort of virtual simulation. There is a physical place where these simulations of these eras are going on. I guess the other people might end up being, like, I don't know. I think they might be using, like, the interlocutor technology to alter their memories when they do a loop. That's the only thing I can think of to reset them. They haven't went over the details of that yet. But hopefully they'll go into it a little more this time. Where do we leave off last time? I think we were doing... Kitaro's done. Takatoshi. Nope. Oh, it's Goto from here on out. Last time in Goto's loop, we learned that the Chihiro that got transplanted onto the clone of Chihiro Morimura from 2064 or 2065 is actually a memory transplant of the 2188 Chihiro Morimura, somehow arranged by Jiro Izumi.
This is my first time here, but this suddenly makes me feel so nostalgic.
Sunsets will do that, I find, regardless of time period.
Yes, but this must be, well, I suppose it must be one of those places.
There was some information about the interlocutors only, well, the decode only running on about 20% of the capacity of the interlocutors and something else going on, and they didn't talk much about it. Just, wow, that's weird.
So, where am I going?
I've rented an apartment under a false name.
Can't be any worse than our last accommodations. As long as it's not Rebel, I'll take it.
My apologies. If it's any comfort, I'm certain nobody will find you there. Not Shikishima, and certainly not Miss Morimura. I suppose we have Ida-san to thank for all this. The funds and paperwork he prepared were invaluable.
Tetsuya Ida. And he's still missing, is he?
Yes. Let's go.
Hey, what's up?
Chihiro-san.
You think I'm the professor?
That is what I said. You are Professor Chihiro Morimura, a major figure in Shikishima in the year 2188. Namely, the leader of its space initiative.
What are you even talking about?
Just some hypotheticals. A possible interpretation of the evidence I found.
Okay, say I am the professor. Remember, Miss Morimura is the one who created me. You think that was her plan? She wanted a host for the professor and not herself? How would that make sense? Okay, say I...
Miss Morimura ran an experiment to grant her clone compatibility. She believed that you were synchronized to her. This refers to the humans who can control the UFO's mainframe. Those compatible have nanomachines implanted in their bodies. Ever since the battle that ended with the Sentinels infected, Miss Morimura has been pushing this operation as one of its fiercest supporters. She believed it was her own data she transmitted. But it was the other Chihiro Morimura in Sector 0. And of course, you entered the world as a newborn, incapable of verbal communication. So Miss Morimura never realized her mistake.
This is all speculation.
Certainly, yes. But if I'm right, and you are the professor, I imagine you were in quite a panic yourself. All things considered, it was a staggering deviation from the original plan.
What original plan?
Among the logs from 2188, one of Tetsuya Ida's noted that he'd found an anomaly. Chihiro Morimura was set to undergo a memory transplant in the final phase. And the final phase, well, that would be us. The log from the future I saw first. That would be the comms log I found with my own ID. The first log I checked held some surprises. The author seemed to be an elderly Renya Goto. And the date of recording appeared to be 2188. I assumed it was some future version of myself. One that had time traveled into the far future. But now, I don't think that's the case. I believe it's the other way around. In other words, I myself am a clone of him. Every individual I saw in that log footage, they all created clones of themselves.
Clones, huh?
I did find a log that proves this point.
What did you see?
A comms log between you and Professor Takamiya. Her field is genetic engineering, I note.
Oh my god, you're right, she is the boss baby. Whoa, that's so cool.
Professor Takamiya, how are the projections on those self-replicating probes? The simulations look good. Especially the survey range. We never expected a rate of expansion that high. It was definitely the right call to prioritize its strength as a group over individual units. These probes are pretty much living machines now. They self-replicate using natural resources mined from asteroids in their routing. They'll just keep building up and breaking down. An infinite cycle of self-replication on its way to its target. There's basically zero chance of the tech failing midway through. They'll just keep on going. Probably long after humanity's gone. Glad I came to an expert then. All that's left is the refinement of the memory cube. The infrastructural storage cell, right? The cube's made up of 5 identical memory layers. In theory, theory, it'll compare itself to nearby probes and use them as a template for repairs. And if it can't be repaired, well, fine. One probe down. We've got thousands more. And our passengers? I'll be loading them up with the DNA of all the survivors. I've already got samples and data from all 15. Now it's just down to launching them. These clones will go with all our hopes on their shoulders. By the way, what do we do about him? I mean, after that DNA test. We do nothing. He doesn't have to know. What can I even say to him? Not much, I guess.
Woo, more mystery. Good. That's what we need.
There were 15 survivors of that colony, each with a clone established to be compatible. Though they grew up in different eras, different worlds. And you aimed to replace your clone's memories with your own. That was your real plan. Right now, I imagine your biggest question is precisely how much of that log I've seen. Am I close? You do have a genius mind, but also the form of a child. I imagine it's harder than usual to hide your agitation.
It's absolutely not. Now you're just trying to trick me?
I'd say, based on that log, Professors Takamiya and Morimura seem to know each other quite well. Maybe you'd know something about that.
Of course not.
Then perhaps instead, Tsukasa Okino? Being compatible, that makes one part of his identity clear. He's one of the 15 from the year 2188. So, any theories? Who was he in the year 2188? Care to guess?
Stop it.
No? Then allow me to clarify. That boy, Tsukasa Okino, is Professor Chihiro Morimura's son. But not her child by personal, conventional birth. The professor donated her egg cells as a young woman, in accordance with the policies on population control. Their blood relation wasn't exactly obvious, until DNA testing on the clone revealed it. The professor was faced with the truth. He was her son, which naturally sparked an inconvenient surge of maternal instinct. However, Okino himself didn't think highly of the professor. He had his disagreements with the project staff, too. When it seemed like her end was near, the professor recorded him one final message. One last chance for him to know the truth.
Stop! You saw that? But how? You'd need a biometric ID match to access that log. So you should only have been able to access your own. My logs and Okino's should have been locked off.
Thank you, Professor Morimura. Indeed, the files I could access were somewhat limited. Mostly company logs. Meeting reports, call transcripts, bureaucratic chaff. Barely anything in the way of your personal records.
Then, how do you know what was in my logs?
It's simple, really. That That should do it for preparations. Now, let's see if the biometric authentication works.
Hey David, it's going pretty good. How are you?
Did it go through?
Oh, okay. That explains this scene.
Looks like that got me past the initial barrier, at least. Now, with Miss Morimura's ID, I should be able to get into her logs. Maybe, if I check Miss Morimura's logs, I might find a clue why your biometric ID matches hers. It really is her ID.
Iori Fuyusaka?
Though unconscious, she proved very helpful. She is Chihiro Morimura, a compatible version. If you really are Miss Morimura, then you should already know who Iori Fuyusaka is. Because that would mean you hid her here in Sector 4. The plan was for the two newborns to grow up with their own separate lives. Ida-san's idea, presumably. Chihiro Morimura was planned to be placed in 2104, and Tetsuya Ida in 2024, yet neither could be found.
I knew Renya Goto of Shikishima pretty well. You and he are very different. Except that you both make my life a lot harder. So, suppose I am the professor. Then what?
I want to know the truth. I want to know the reasons behind all of this. But that seems unlikely. I imagine you're not inclined to tell me anything.
And why's that?
It'd be inconvenient for you if we had all the facts. Considering you're trying to eliminate us. From the very beginning, you never intended for this world to survive.
Wait, hold on, why? Oh well. Oh, we're locked out too. I gotta do third wave. Fuck. Hi, Mel. Oh no, I gotta go fight. Frick. It's time to go do battles. That's okay, I can turn off my brain for a little bit. Time for fight, yes. Wait a second. What was this? Himawari Ward? Was that the right one? Hold on. I mean, it has to be, but I don't remember reading that. Nope. Third area. Okay. Okay, so we need Ogata, Kisaragi. Well, time to recover, I guess. Ogata, Kisaragi, and no immobilizations.
I'm there.
I'll fight.
You want me to go? Let's go! I'll participate.
Who do I want?
Let's rule.
Got it.
Okay, that looks alright. I didn't want that many Gen 4s, but that's okay. Let's see, I have 110,000. So that's like 2 upgrades. Oh, you know what? It might not be a bad idea to upgrade my meta skill use. Only 8,000 for another one. And those are pretty useful a lot of the time. What else is there? Gravity. Target. I still have not seen these Type 9. I've called them in a couple times, and I just lose track of them in the battle. I don't know if they're any decent. Okay. That instant team cooldown looks pretty good. Squeeze in an extra turn. Demolisher Blade is upgraded. Limiter Removal, can I afford? Yeah, we're gonna upgrade Limiter Removal. That way it'll use a little less EP to activate. Demolisher Blade 3. I'm not gonna worry about anyone that's not currently on the team. Shield Emitter. Ground Piercing Rocket Launchers. Guardian Avenger. I pretty much use Shinonome for setting up turrets and guardians. I don't know if I want to sink any other points. Do you get mystery points? Honestly, I don't know how you get those mystery points that you get awarded, because sometimes I complete the bonus objectives and I don't get extra mystery points. It's weird. Sometimes it'll just be 1, even though I do all the bonus objectives. Natsuno needs some serious help. Let's see, force cooling, 30%. Anti-ground, anti-air bombardment. We'll upgrade railgun. Let's see, +2. I have 5 on the main battery, heavy railgun. Surprised that Kisaragi doesn't get the cheaper railgun. I might ditch those arm-mounted convergent lasers and maybe just throw interceptors in. Shield repair, that helped out a lot last time. I'm gonna pump some points into that. I didn't even get a chance to try out the floating mine. Multi-lock missiles, leg spike. How much is leg spike in 150? Okay.
Leave it to me.
And I'll figure out what I'm doing with everyone else in the next one. see, Guardian 3. Multi-lock? I don't know how I feel about multi-lock missiles.
I got this.
Because it kind of sucks putting yourself right in the middle of combat with them. But if they're there, might as well. How much is another meta system use? Oh, it's only 10,000. Okay.
Look, Natchan, the Cultural Science Museum. We went there on a field trip once. Oh yeah, an elementary school. Man, that takes me back. I hope it's still standing after all this.
Sometimes that's all it takes, huh? Just give us some magnets and levers to mess with and we're happy.
Huh. Did you forget, Nanji-kun? That was where you proposed to me.
What?
Yeah, said you'd protect me forever. Oh, back in 2nd grade? He said that to me too. Oh, really? Well, Casanova, exactly how many girls have you proposed to?
What the? Hey, I didn't mean it like that. Look, it was 2nd grade. I didn't know shit. I just wanted to be a hero. Protect everybody.
Just give yourself options, you know?
They're coming.
Hey, Polyglitch, thank you for the resub.
Now I get to prove it.
Activate Aegis, Terminal destroyed. I didn't read what we were actually going to encounter in this battle, because I'm a dummy.
Let's go, Natsuno.
There is a big group of G-molars down here.
What's the situation?
Sentry guns. We're right in the middle of the map, too. I hate these the most.
Need help. Gotta keep it together. Gotta keep
No
it.
point overthinking
This
it.
isn't so hard. Let's turn.
Better put on what now? Your turn.
Good, so.
What do I do?
Okay, let's do this. Clean them up.
No point overthinking
This is all pretty freaky.
I wish you could undo moves, because I just goofed. That's alright, though.
Hold up. Hit it. This
Okay,
isn't
that
so
should keep
hard.
him from moving for a little bit.
Let's do this. They felt that. Score. Did you see that?
I'll try.
So much for that kaiju.
They're like any other punks. Okay, what do I do?
Oh, my tiny little leap attack needs upgrading still.
I'll try. Number 10, moving out. They're like any other punks. Let's do this. Yeah! That's it. Stay calm.
Okay. Still 3 there. We'll do more interceptors.
Your turn.
I can do this.
What's out here? There's some twin tails in there. Fuck it.
Watch this.
Blast them.
They felt that. Is that okay? Got him.
Still not used to this thing.
Get the big shield matrix up.
No way through this.
Thank you. Thanks.
You're targeting
Gotta do something.
Oh, there's some more coming that way. And they just keep dropping.
Gonna be okay. Definitely. Number 17.
More something coming.
What now?
Okay, that's the next one, and then that one, so we'll just stay over here.
I'll try. Number 10, moving out.
I'll just... Need help.
Take
Gonna
this.
be okay. Definitely. What to do? Gotta keep it together. Let's go, Dorb.
Man, we've got it rough. What do I do?
Okay. Molars, 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 molars. That's it. Okay. Demolish your blade. I can get probably most of them. Can I get around? That's too far. They're right in the frickin' road.
Chew on this. Take it. That all you got?
So, what's my next move? Gonna be okay. Definitely. I can do this. This is all pretty freaky.
See, there is a crane.
Yeah. Score! Was that okay? Number 7.
I missed.
Gotta keep it
Oh,
together.
it's okay.
I'll beat you.
Okay, what's the plan? How's that?
We should probably get out of here. What now?
Okay. EP's good for now.
Man, we've
Hey,
got it
Volatile.
rough.
Okay. I need to get
What do I
Ninja
do
moving.
like any other punks? Number 10, moving
Hope I
out.
can pull my weight.
Your turn. Enemy. What do I do? I'll be used to fights by now.
Let's see. Terminal, corruption, team cooldown. Team cooldown would be okay. If only I had like some way to get my EP back though. Cause taking 2 turns in a row is just gonna make me run out quicker.
Okay. What now? What do I do?
Okay,
They're like,
so
no point overthinking it. They're like any
Okay,
other.
what's the plan? As long as
I don't think I
keep this
can-
thing moving.
Do a leg spike from there, right? No.
Okay, what's the plan?
I wish you could queue up moves a little better.
What now? No point overthinking it. They're like any other punks.
Let's get him.
Any shields? Any shields? Any shields? I don't see any in there.
Number 10, moving
What
out.
to do?
How close are they? Let me throw down a Guardian Avenger. Because there's a lot right here.
Deploying decoys.
You think they ought to be used to fights by now? No point overthinking it. They're like any other punks.
Gotta keep my spirits up. Ready for this?
How's this? Now what do I do?
Okay, let's do
They're like any other punks. Oh, now I'm mad. Okay, what now?
Okay, what's the plan? No way through this.
Thank you.
Number... Okay, what now? Number 10. No point overthinking it. Number 10. They're like any other punks.
Oh, I don't have enough for Demolisher! Fuck.
Here comes the pain. Get bent.
Nothing.
Stay calm. I can do this. What now?
This could get ugly. What do I do? They're like any other punks. Number 10, move. What the? Where'd they come from? They're in my way.
Okay, no running. Aw, thanks,
What do I
Volatile. Bye.
do? Class is in session.
This is all pretty freaky.
Such a bad angle.
Score! Kinda they felt that. Guess that did it.
As long as I can keep this thing moving.
That'll be dead in seconds. I'm not gonna waste time on that.
Die! That do it? Give it up.
They ought to be used to fights by now.
Sentinel number 10.
Let's go, Sentinel.
Defensive mode active.
Okay, there's another round coming here in a second. EP's good here. Got a couple people defending.
Out with you. Hit! I'll take them down quick.
I think that's the last one. Yeah. For some reason I thought there was another ring. But there's not. I don't know where it went. Oh well.
What to do? Need help. Let's get it. Termination of enemy signals confirmed.
Yeah, so the score at the bottom adds up to your mystery points.
Aegis activated. Terminal closure complete. Surrounding 2-kilometer area now fully secure. Ending technical analysis.
Well, so much for that museum.
All the old pieces of our daily lives are getting left behind.
I feel bad for saying it, but it's kind of hard to focus on being sad when I'm this hungry.
That's only fair. We've been fighting these monsters non-stop since sundown. If I could have anything, well, I was hoping I could enjoy hamburger again someday.
Once this is all over, I'll make as much as you want.
Sounds good. Am I still invited to this?
Of course.
Guess I'd better stay alive then. Wouldn't want to miss it.
I want Hamburger.
That's the last of them, right?
No one corrected him either.
I won't lose to the kaiju.
Oops. Well, whatever. Hamburger. Good. Hamburger. A Hamburg steak that Megumi Yakushiji made. Keitaro Miura praises it and says he's never had anything so delicious. It's also Jiro Kurabe's favorite dish. Juice oozes out of the soft patty. Miura claims that it's the greatest culinary invention in history. Yeah, give me some of that juice. Dog face? Hold on. A 1980s slang term used to call someone ugly. Ninji Ogata threw this insult at Tomi Kisaragi. In the original Japanese, the word he uses is chinkusha, derived from chin, Japanese chin dog, and kushami, a sneeze. The Japanese chin dog's facial features are unusually close together, and the originator of this insult must have imagined that such a dog sneezing would be especially hard on the eyes. While Kisaragi failed to recognize this old-fashioned retort, it was clear that it wasn't a compliment. I don't know, I feel like if someone called me a dog face, I'd probably get it. Sorry, just looking. Not yet. We need Shinonome.
Understood.
And Godo.
Allow me. Ready. I'm ready. We have to fight.
My turn.
I'm on it.
I'll go.
I'm ready.
Moving out.
I'll go.
Okay. Rush attack, demolisher, EMP surrounding, limiter removal. Can I upgrade EMP surrounding? Actually, I might just do a tractor. Yeah. Arm-mounted machine cannons I might drop. Hold on. No, I don't need to. And then multi-launching. Yeah, I need to do some upgrades here. Super large missile. Big main battery. Hey Zombie, thank you for the resub. Are we full anime yet? We're almost there, 94%. Main battery, heavy railgun. 15 seconds. That's okay. It's a significantly longer wait time. But this is armor piercing. Shield matrix, shield repair, interceptors. Hyper condenser is 4 more interceptor units. Okay. Let's go to shield matrix. They do. Shield repair. No. That gets me one more drone, so I'll do that. And okay. Horde of various ground kaiju will appear.
The D-forces already have us surrounded. We're pulling out all the stops here, but still. You think we can last until tomorrow afternoon? I know we can. I won't give up. I'll find a way. You're right. No point waiting around and moping about it. If you want to win, you'll have to fight for it. And I'm not about to let you take the lead. I won't lose either. I'm not scared of them.
Yeah? Atta girl.
Jeez!
I have to focus.
Let's see. Our shield matrix. We have a +4. I need to use it on both of them. Okay. Well, I guess we don't need a shield matrix. Just don't get hit.
I'm counting on you.
My turn, okay? Here's the plan. Backup deployed. Don't let up. How's the Sentinel? What now? My turn now, okay? What's the
I can help.
Oh, I wish the range on this was a little bit bigger. I think I'll just have to put 2 of these down.
What? No room for. I have to focus. What's the plan?
It's not going to do too much to either of them, because it doesn't have armor piercing.
Leave it to me. Gotta think. Back me up. Don't waste any chances. How's the Sentinel?
I'm gonna send him over here.
Number 11, moving out. Don't let up.
13 within enemy threat range.
Here goes. Good. What's the plan?
Jesus. Oh, there's twin tails back here.
How's the Sentinel? Come on. How was that? How many left? Stay on guard. Locked on. They're targeting
I
this
won't give
place.
Enemy threat range.
Initiating shield. Thank you. What's the situation?
From above.
Deploying decoys. I did it.
What now?
Let's see. It decreases move speed, durability.
That's it. Got it. That hit. Don't my turn. How's the Sentinel? Don't waste any chances. Number 11, moving out. My turn now. Number 11,
Watch
moving,
this.
no room for hesitation. Take this.
Fuck, the shield went up.
Stay on guard. Now then. Next move.
I won't give up.
Enemy threat range.
We must win. There's still hope. Take that.
This place is what's our plan.
Enemy threat range.
Not throwing away my shot.
Kaiju have appeared.
Don't waste any chances.
From above.
Okay, where is that? There's so much in here, I can't figure out where the shield is.
Move. Good. Next, the target. Can't mess this up.
Enemy threat range.
How's that? I did it.
What to do?
Oh gosh.
I need to think.
Sentinel
Did
number
I? Enemy
Don't
spotted.
let up.
signature from above.
must win. We will not lose. Got it!
Defensive mode active.
How was that?
Always think ahead.
Backup deployed. Don't let up.
How much? 684. I think if I have limiter removal
Limiters off. No room for hesitation.
into Demolisher Plate, that might be enough to kill it.
That
Yeah.
work?
Okay. High factor.
Gotta think.
Incoming heat signatures from above.
Back me up. What's our plan?
God, missiles everywhere.
A hit. Don't waste any chances. Bulb, did that do it? That work? Nothing special. They're going for me.
Enemy threat range. Deploying decoys.
Thank you.
Incoming heat signatures from above.
Oh, that sucks.
Come on. Next move. Hit confirmed.
There's still hope. Initiating shield. Thank you.
No room for hesitation. My turn now. You're done. Good. How was that? I have to focus. Okay. Number 13. Gotta think.
Enemy threat range.
What now? Gotta think. What's the plan?
What's going on up there? Oh, I'm about to get bounced on is what's gonna happen.
Here goes. Did that do it? Nothing special. Can't mess this up. That's it. That hit.
Enemy, where are they? I won't back down.
What's optimal?
Defensive mode active.
Now then. Number 22, advancing.
What to do?
They're going for me. Always think ahead. Enemy threat range.
Okay. There's a bunch of missiles incoming. I only have one EMP left. These assholes are just sitting outside. They're too smart.
What's optimal? Number 22,
We will
advancing.
not lose. I need to think things through. We will not lose. Sentinel
What's the
number
plan?
23. Defensive mode active.
No room for hesitation.
There's not a ton he can do outside there.
My turn now. Number 11, what's the plan? No room. Here's the plan. Good timing. What's the plan? How's the Sentinel? Number 11, moving. What's the plan? How's the Sentinel? Come on. Good. Target destroyed. Target is in enemy threat range. I'm on it. How's that? Nice. Now then. What's optimal? Enemy on the move. Defensive mode active.
Okay, that's dead. No. Let's target this side.
Target confirmed. Did I get it?
What's the plan? You're done. How was that? Nothing special. I need to get out of
What's the
this.
situation?
Within enemy threat range.
Yeah, I don't think they'll target that.
I'll
They're
just...
going for me.
There's still hope.
Enemy threat range.
Initiating shield. Thank you. Let's do it. Hit.
Don't let up. Take this. Did that do it? Next. What can I have? Focus. Can't mess this up. Sentinel number 13.
I won't back down.
Transit mode active.
Enemy on the move.
EMP stunner, railgun.
What's our plan? Number 19.
How's the
Commence
Sentinel?
movement. Fall.
Good. Nothing
Okay.
special.
We will not lose. I won't give up. We must survive. Sentinel number
I won't back
23.
down.
Defensive mode active.
Enemy on the move.
Next move.
Wait. Wasn't I defending?
Here's the plan. Number 22, advancing. What's the plan?
What's the situation? Need help.
Don't let up. Number 11, moving, no room for hesitation. Thanks. You're after me. What's optimal? Enemy threat range. Locked on. Look, how's the Sentinel? Don't let up. I have to focus. Back me up! They're finished.
There's still hope. I'm counting on you.
Okay. Now that we've got some interceptors.
No dice. They've got me trapped.
Aw, heck.
What's the plan? Here goes. That work? Neutralized. What's our plan? They don't stand a chance. Take that!
I'll take them down quick.
I don't think that's gonna work though. I don't think it works on missiles unless they spawn in the area.
I'll just... What's the situation?
Always think ahead. Now then. What's optimal? I'll stop them.
Get the fuck in here.
How's the Sentinel? What's the plan? You're done. Good. Nothing special.
I won't give up. We must survive.
Okay, so there's just like a couple of twin tails still hanging out around the outside. What the fuck are you?
I need to think things through.
Are these blue twin tails? Yeah, they are. Fuck. Okay.
Can't mess this up. What now? I have to focus. Sentinel number 13. Defensive mode. Where are they? I won't back down. No room for hesitation. Number 11, next moving out. Now then. Sentinel number 22, defensive mode.
This poor city.
What's the situation? Sentinel number 14. Defensive mode active.
Okay. What now? Number 13, moving out. Don't waste any chances. Fall. That work? How many left? What's optimal? Next move. Sentinel number 22. What's the plan? Defensive mode active. Fall. Good.
I need to think. I'll take them down quick. What's the situation? Number 14. Beginning movement.
deploy. Okay. Gotta think. Damn Kaiju. Got it.
Termination of enemy signals confirmed. Aegis activated. Terminal closure complete. Surrounding 2-kilometer area now fully secure. Ending tactical analysis.
You just worked. The terminal's closed off.
What's wrong, Ryoko? Are you alright? You're not hurt somewhere, are you?
No, just tired, that's all.
Hey, don't try to cozy up to Ryoko-san. She's not your girlfriend anymore.
Wait, Gojo-senpai and Shinonome-senpai dated?
I fail to see how that's relevant, Sekigahara. Yes. For about half a year during middle school. We split before we graduated.
But why? I don't remember.
It was her idea, and so was the breakup, though I couldn't tell you the reason. My guess is you were the reason. The point is, stop bothering Ryoko-san.
Akun. We won.
Barely. Jesus, what a mess. I still managed 100% defense. The city's fucked. But just had like the wrong setup for that one.
Just starting.
Still 5 stars. That's all I want. Give me the bonus objectives and the 5-star, and I'm happy. Photo of Godo. No, show me the photo. Let's see, a photo of Rinya Godo that Miwako Sawatari took in secret. For a picture taken in haste, it's miraculous that this picture had such a perfect focus. Looking at this photo, Keitaro Miura was able to put Godo's face, or name, to a face. That's it. Nope. Not yet. Even though, I guess we have done everything we need for... No, I need to do Battle 3. Okay, let's see. A horde of long-range kaiju will appear. So, we need something to defend against Twin Tails.
I'll fight.
Here goes. I don't think I'm doing so well.
I think I'm going to replace... Okay. Who needs levels?
Leave it to me.
Let's go.
I'll handle this.
Rush attack, anti-air defense flares. I guess we do have those too. I'll enhance them. No. Rush attack 3. Do the anti-air flares work on missiles? Yeah, it should. But that's okay. This time I have a lot of anti-air, so it should be better. If it wasn't for all the extra EMP charges I had, that last map would have sucked a little bit more. Give me a second though. I'll be right back. I'm gonna take a quick break, and then we'll do this fight and die. Alright, I am back. I think I have my team set out already. How many points do I have right now to spend? I have 49,000. I think I'm gonna hold them in reserve in case I run into something where last second I need something better. Actually, you know what? No, let me... Super large missiles, pretty good for dealing with some of that bullshit. I'm gonna upgrade this. I lied. Reserve is for dumbasses who prepare for the future. Okay, Fuyusaka and Sekigahara. Ah, frick.
Let's go.
I'm gonna drop EMP surrounding for defensive flares. I don't care too much about lock-on range. Okay, Sekigahara, Fuyusaka. Everyone else is good. Oh! Alright, see ya. Have a good night.
Unfortunately, she's no longer with us.
What? Oh no.
We're lucky to be alive ourselves.
I see. You're right. Anything could happen. Akun, when this fight's over, let's go somewhere, okay? Just the two of us? We can go on your motorcycle, take a beach trip, or anything you want.
Oh, good. We're at least...
Stay calm.
Well, no. We're in a kind of shitty spot. I hate being on the edge of the map. Oh god, it's so big too!
Don't let up.
I've got to do this. What do I do?
Number 11,
15,
moving out. Backup deployed.
Gotta do something. What to do? Gonna be okay. Definitely. Number 17
What's our
is
plan?
moving.
Not throwing away my shot. Number 19. Commence movement.
can't win. No way through this.
Thank you. Focus. I've got to do this.
How's the Sentinel? Number 11, moving out. Don't let up.
Okay, Twin Tails. Wish I had surrounding now.
Take this. That work? Target destroyed.
Focus. Lend us a hand. Let's go, Natsuno. Gotta keep it together. Number 17 is
This
moving.
place optimal. Enemy threat range. How's this?
Gotta do something. Gotta keep it together. Gonna be okay. Definitely. Go away! How's that? Take that!
My turn now. Number 11, moving
What's the
out.
plan? Clean him up.
Don't waste any chances.
Okay, those are
What's our
good.
plan?
Oh, there's so many incoming. Over here, we have Twin Tail, Twin Tail, Twin Tail. Drill flies, drill fly. Okay.
Stay calm. Remember your training. Here we go. A hit.
How's the Sentinel? Fall. How was that?
Gotta keep my spirits up.
on guard. I'll stop them.
Okay.
My turn now. You're done. Good.
And then finish off the factory.
They're going for me.
Let's do this.
Ooh.
Here you go. Nice.
I won't back down. What's our plan?
He
Where
took a
are they?
big fucking hit.
Leave it to me.
What's the plan? Move. That work? How many left?
Gotta do something.
Hold up. Get it. Kaiser ahead.
Now then. Shields up.
Thank you.
Okay. What's the plan? Don't screw with me. That do it?
Thanks. Don't waste any chances.
Alright. There's a factory, bunch of twin tails. There's at least a shield. Hold on. Oh, never mind. EMP attractor can at least pull those down. Yeah, there's 2 shields in there.
Good.
They've got their sights on me.
Targeting how's the Sentinel? Here goes. That work? Nothing special.
What do I do?
What the fuck is in there? Oh, here comes some missiles, and no one's over here to do anything about it. There's 2, 3.
Stay calm. How do I...
Do I have anything to kill that shield back there?
Lend us a hand.
Should have a
Okay.
spike here in a
What's the
second.
plan? Come on. Nice. That ought to do it.
How was that?
Gotta keep it together.
That might be able to be taken out pretty soon here. I'm gonna work on these instead. Those are dead soon.
Hit confirmed. What's the plan?
Back attack? Yeah.
Come on. That work? How many left? Hostiles.
Okay, let's do this.
Multi-lock over on this. Oh, heat signature from above. Whatever. Probably shouldn't have went right into the line of all those shots that are about to fire.
Thanks. No room for hesitation.
Is there no path this way? There we go.
How was that? Nothing's better. Targeting this place. Stay calm. Remember your...
I'll let anti-air, and I didn't need it. God damn it.
Aegis activated. Terminal closure complete. Surrounding 2-kilometer area now fully secure. Ending tactical analysis.
We need to be careful while we fight. We're doing a lot more collateral damage than I thought. But I guess it goes to show. If we think tactically with Guardians and EMPs, we'll gain more ground than just by attacking.
True enough. Against Apsos units, I'd recommend at least 2 EMP-capable Sentinels in the strike team.
We'll need flares equipped too. They're important for stopping missile assaults, Izumi-kun.
Good point, Shinonome-senpai. We need all the offense we can muster, so we can't waste it shooting down missiles. Okay. We can't afford to lose this.
No more enemies!
Also, I think I only used 2 of my meta attacks. Oh.
The fight is far from over.
Shield matrix. What's next? Hijiyama on the strike team. I can do that.
I'm ready.
Clear without. Okay.
My turn. Not a problem.
Let's roll.
No problem.
And what is going to happen? Horde of modified Terra carriers. Modified Terra carriers. Okay.
I'll go. I'll participate.
Okay, I have anti-air defense flares. I'm gonna upgrade them real quick. Upgrade my EMP surrounding. Does this improve the radius, lock on distance? Yeah. And more help. Probably won't worry about those too much. I'm gonna need to pick up... Oh no! There's no... Oh, that sucks. Okay.
I got this.
Alright.
Hijiyama-kun, I'm sorry I called you simple. You really are reliable. Always have been.
Okino? Where's this coming from?
I keep calculating and recalculating, and I always get the same result. I wish it was different, but you deserve to know. I measured the rate of incoming kaiju, and we can't win. There's 0 chance of surviving until tomorrow. A physical impossibility. We failed. It doesn't matter if we fight back. Our window is gone. It's over. If you don't want to tell the others, then I understand.
You understand nothing. Is that who you think I am? That I'll just give up simply because I'm told to? I'm not just fighting for my own survival. You know it's more than that.
Hijiyama-kun.
Are we in the... We're on the edge of the map again? Fuck. I hate these positions so much.
I'm counting on you.
I just hope I can pull my weight. Your turn.
Wait, this isn't like... How do I... I'll take them down quick. Need help. This is all...
I'll make it work.
Please, help us.
What the practice?
This is all...
What next?
So, what's my next...
I'll make it work.
How long are these active for? Last 20 seconds. Okay, so I don't need to put them up preemptively because that won't do me any good.
Unbelievable. I'm acting like an amateur. Number 12,
This is
moving
all
out.
pretty freaky. Let's get him. Number 16, moving out.
What next? I'll make it work. Number 12, moving out.
Man, we've got it rough. Your turn.
So, what's
I'll
my
make it work.
This is all pretty freaky. So, what's my next move? Number 16, let's turn this around.
Let's see. Number 12, moving out.
There's still hope.
Okay, carrier, and then
Let's
twin
get-
tail.
I need to think things so. We will not.
Unbelievable. I'm acting like an amateur. You're just small fry.
Wait, this isn't. I won't give up. Initiating
rounds.
We can do this. Right? Lend us a hand.
Like the practice round's over.
Oh wow, that railgun pretty much killed this carrier.
Unbelievable. I'm acting like an amateur. What next? You're just small fry. Yes!
Hope I can pull my weight. Your turn. Signatures from above.
Take that. Let's get him.
Oh wait. I'll let Hijiyami deal with that.
Let's do this. They felt that. Score! Did you see that? So much for that time.
I'll find you, man! Easy target like this.
You got it rough. Your turn.
I'll take them down quick. What's the situation?
Ooh, baby.
I can help. Deploying decoys.
Let the practice round's over. I guess life comes at you fast. Senseless.
We must survive. We must win. What do I do? Defensive mode active. Lend us a hand. Look, this isn't so hard.
So one little stray missile. God.
Watch this. They felt that. Was that okay? Got him. Enemies closing
What
it
now?
down. Signatures from above.
What nap better put on a show for Yuki-chan?
Let's see. You're just small fry. Enemy down! I guess these dudes
Did I
don't like
turn
me.
this around?
I wonder if that'll stop that from detonating. I probably should just move out.
So, what's my next move? Number 16,
Are we
moving out.
winning? Your turn.
Let's turn this around. Let's get him.
Unbelievable. I'm acting like an amateur.
This is all pretty.
What next? Take this! How's that? Humanity
I'll take them down quick.
Oh boy, those are real close.
Need help. I've got to do this. Lend us a hand. Let's turn this around.
How much is homing missile? 2,000. Oh no, we'll do railgun instead to get those out there.
Let's do this. They felt that. Score.
That's still not a lot.
I won't give up. I'm counting on you.
I'll make it work. What next? Number 12,
Man,
moving
you've
up.
got it rough. Your turn.
The practice round's over. Unbelievable. I'm acting like I'll make it work. A fight! Is that it?
We will not lose. We must win. We will not lose. This is all pretty freaky. Watch this. They felt that. Was that okay? Got him.
Just watch. Hope I can pull my weight.
Yeah, why? Some more interceptors. Why not?
What next?
I've got like 100 out right now.
I'll just... What to do? Number 14. What beginning movement. Number 15. Moving out.
Stay calm. I can...
Termination of enemy signals confirmed. Aegis activated. Terminal closure complete. Surrounding 2-kilometer area now fully secure. Ending tactical analysis.
What an onslaught. It's unbelievable that we've lasted even this long. Yes. Is Megumi Yakushiji-san alright?
I am, but why specifically me?
I have to look out for you. And I never forgive myself if I couldn't repay your kindness. You're the Yakisoba angel.
Yeah.
Oh, I knew I recognized you. You're the Yakisoba Pan guy. Always wandering around school with one of them in your hand.
Takatoshi-san, is this really how they know you here?
Well, you see, to protect the homeland. Oh, hell with it. Yakisoba is the food of the gods, and I'll never pretend otherwise.
That's the last of them, right?
Area secure. Heading to next terminal.
I need to focus more on my score, so I don't have to redo so many of these later. I'm gonna spend some of these mystery points. Let me Is there anything? Oh god, there's so many up here. Okay. Upon testing the DNA of the 15 individuals for Project Arc, it became clear that Tsukasa Okino is Morimura's child. Though it wasn't through conventional birth, Morimura still feels a maternal connection to him. Hey, thank you so much for the resub. In order to view Miss Morimura's logs, Goto used Iori Fuyusaka, who was unconscious from the shock of seeing a Sentinel in the 2065 ruins. He brought her to the UFO mainframe and used her biometric ID. Yuki Takamiya, Professor Takamiya studies self-replicating probes. Unlike this, the Tsukasa Okino of 2188 was in a romantic relationship with Takatoshi Hijiyama. As a result of the shootout in Sector 4, he was shot and killed by Jiro Izumi of that time period. The 2188 Okino is a genius engineer who created a universal control. However, he tends to cut corners in coding, which explains why he borrowed a portion of its environment code from the classic video game Mighty Kaiju Daimos. Upon testing the DNA of the 15 individuals for Project Arc, it becomes clear that he is Chihiro Morimura's child. Blah 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 blah. The Kisaragi android. An android that looks like Tomi Kisaragi, developed by Tetsuya Ida of 2100. Soon after the AI of the past Kisaragi was transplanted into it, 426 seized his chance to take over the android. Although this was destroyed during the battle against the Tamao Kurabe android in 1985, 426 manages to take over the Tamao android's body. After being destroyed in the girl's bathroom, 426, Jiro Izumi hides in the android husk inside the broom cupboard of the old school building. Tamao android. The android looks like Tamao Kurabe. It was developed by Tetsuya Ida, and Tamao's memories were transplanted into it. During the battle against the Tomi Kisaragi android 426, Tamao's body is taken over by 426. The Tamao android 426 gets cornered by Morimura, then jumps off the Sumire Bridge. Ii Sekigahara destroys the Tamao android after finding out that 426 has taken over the body. Soon after, 426 manages to transfer himself to Jiro Kurabe's nanomachines and becomes Kyutashiba. The Tamao android, now an empty shell, is disposed of at a nearby dumpster. Death Gibbs, thank you for the gifted subs. That is very generous of you. The Tamao android, we read that one. What is this? Pills. Medicine that Miss Morimura administers to Ryoko Shinonome in the nurse's office, advising her to take it whenever she has severe headaches. Side effects include confusion, disruption of memory. Being large, they are tough pills to swallow. The pill bottle has the label Oral NM-CO204 printed on it. These pills inhibit the effects of DD426, slowing down the resultant memory loss. They're composed of the same chemicals as the pills Ii Sekigahara received from Tomi Kisaragi in 2104 before he lost his memories. Sekigahara, prior to losing his memories, delivered the pills to Morimura in order to save Jiro Kurabe and Shinonome. Drone Brain. A drone part bearing the manufacturing stamp of doesn't fucking matter. Headgear. A device that Tsukasa Okino created to look inside a person's mind. He uses it to search for the key hidden inside Ninji Ogata's memories. Okino uses this to check Takatoshi Hijiyama's brain. Wearing the headgear shows all your thoughts and feelings as numerical readouts. Before losing his memories, Ii Sekigahara uses this device to extract his memories and store them onto the nanomachines inside his brain. Okino uses this to gain control over 426, who had escaped into Jiro Kurabe. All done. Oh, I guess there's actually more. But they're probably all gone now. Yep. Oh, Yakisoba Pan. This is a long entry. a processed food that combines sweet and salty yakisoba with a slightly sweet hot dog bun. Takatoshi Hijiyama's favorite thing to eat. Because he once let a yakisoba pan go to waste after a punk knocked it out of his hands, he's decided the proper etiquette is to enjoy it somewhere alone so that no one can interfere. Megumi Yakushiji blessed Hijiyama with her yakisoba pan when she happened to pass by as he was about to collapse from hunger. This is the moment yakisoba pan became Hijiyama's favorite food, as well as the reason he started calling Yakushiji the yakisoba pan angel. Hijiyama claims that it's the most delicious food that this era has to offer. And the motorcycle. Ii Sekigahara's motorcycle from the future, its name is Shikishima SXR-NR. It uses a powerful bearingless motor manufactured by Shikishima Industries and reaches a top speed of 450 kilometers per hour. Its safety features have been improved and it can stand on its own while stopped or at low speed, preventing skidding with a jet that shoots compressed air. It has a feature where it finds its way to the owner thanks to the self-driving and biometric authentication system. There we go. Back to kill. Actually, I guess we could go back and do some remembrance for a little bit instead of doing all of the battles right now. That'll also get me some points to do the fights, so let's do that instead. Oh wait, I need to do wave 5! Fuck. So this one. Amaguchi Takamiya. Well, it's time to reset my fucking score.
Let's roll.
Got it.
Okay. Let's see, enhanced drum mine, RPF Kaiju will appear.
Ready.
I'll go. Here goes. Okay.
Let's see. Increase movement, and it has an effect of 15 seconds. I don't know if that's going to be especially useful here. That only affects the range? Interceptors don't really matter much here. Can I boost power? And it increases movement range, so I'll take it. Let me look at Iori's passive. After defending, HP slightly recovers for self and allies. Increase armament power when used right after an ally attacks. Increase defense of guardians and sentry guns.
My turn.
What's happening to the music? You're probably dropping frames, and you might need to refresh the stream or reduce stream quality. I don't know, I haven't seen any that have negative effects or unintended side effects yet. Oh yeah, it is a boss wave. Okay. Oh, look at this asshole drum mine! Holy shit. It's gonna nuke us.
Signatures approaching. Preparing to intercept. Initiating tactical analysis.
Oh god.
Look, that's a new model of the RPF. Oh, and of course, it's friggin' gigantic. Who knows what kind of kaiju this one spits out? And there's a new model of the drum mine, too. Not sure what to expect from this one.
According to the computer's estimates, it's reinforced its shell, and the explosions will be magnitudes higher.
What happens if they rush the terminal? What the hell would we even do?
If we let it through, that may be our last mistake.
So that's it, huh? No more screwing around? I wanna laugh, but this ain't even funny.
I wonder how big the radius
We
is.
have to stop it, no matter what.
They'll probably level that section of the city, but maybe I should just throw a guardian at it.
I gotta do this.
Oh good, there's shields out there too.
Don't waste any chances. Don't let up.
These are molars. If I can, I'm just gonna rush the factory.
Take this. That work? Target destroyed.
Gotta keep my spirits up. Ready for this? How's that? All right. So, what's my next move?
Okay, let's do this.
Okay.
Get wrecked! Nice! Say your prayers.
How's the Sentinel?
Okay, we've got a clear run all the way there.
Moving out. Don't let up. How's this? What's the plan? Don't let up. My turn now.
As long as I can keep this thing moving.
I need to get back to that shield.
Don't screw with me! That do
Don't
it?
waste any chances. How's the Sentinel?
Hope I can pull my weight. Your turn.
Don't let up.
Gotta do something. Hit! Let's get him. So, what's my next move? Number 16, moving in.
No
Big
room for
mistake,
hesitation.
pal.
My turn now. Limiters off. What's the plan? Here goes.
Oh gosh, even with the back attack.
This isn't so hard.
How's that?
Lend us a hand. Let's turn this around. This isn't so hard. I can do this. I'll show you.
That
Stay
do it?
calm. I can do this. Your turn.
What to do?
Not quite.
Gotta do something. Number 17
How's the
is
Sentinel?
moving.
Don't let up. Move. Good. They're targeting. Damn it.
What to do? I'll beat you. How's that?
That
They
do
will.
it? Big mistake, pal. Ha! Nice! That ought to do
How's
it.
the Sentinel? Come on. That work? They're going for me.
How's that?
Winning? Better put on a show for Yuki-chan. Are we winning?
Hey, Kun!
Yeah, he took a lot of damage.
Focus on the battle, Iori. My Sentinel's not done yet.
Please don't push. Let's turn this around. Let's get him.
Don't let up. My turn now. Here goes. Good. Next.
Confirmed termination of RPF-EX Dymo signature.
This is all pretty freaky. What to do? Number 17, we can do this. Right? Focused. Number 15, moving
No
out.
room for hesitation. Don't let up. 11.
That's
Moving
you
out.
okay? What's the plan? Get wrecked!
God, those are so strong.
Big mistake, pal.
Lend us a hand.
What's the plan? My turn now. Come on. That work? I'll stop them.
Gotta do something. Eva. This isn't so hard.
Shit.
Was that okay? Score!
No room for hesitation. Here goes. How was that?
This dude got some health.
Your turn.
Killing her, that do
What's the
it.
plan? Limiters off. How's the Sentinel? You're done. That work?
Still not used to this thing.
Where are those missiles coming from? Oh no, that's its attack.
No way through this.
Thanks. Don't waste any chances. Come on. How was that?
What
Thanks.
do I do? Please, help us. This is all pretty freaky. Let's do this. Kinda they felt that. Was that okay?
Are we winning? Your turn.
No room for hesitation.
Okay. I'm able to push this thing back almost as much as it's able to move forward.
Here goes. Good.
What to do? How's that?
Don't let up. My turn now. Number 11. Don't let up. Take this. Did that do it?
Okay, what's the plan? Come on! How's that?
But I think I'd be better off doing back attacks.
Try this.
My turn now. Good.
Let's go, Natsuno. Gotta keep it together. Let's turn this around. This isn't so hard. We can do this. Right? Please, help us.
As long as I can keep this thing moving. No fight I can't win. Number 21
What's the
is still not used.
Don't waste any chances. You are done. That work?
Okay, that's pretty good.
No fight I can't win. As long as I can keep this thing moving.
Good timing. What's the plan? Here goes. Good.
Nice. Hope I can pull my weight.
Hooray! That was one of the easier bosses.
Thanks. Aegis finally went through. Everyone okay?
Took long enough.
Iseki Gahara's turn speed when using rush attack is ridiculous.
Yuki-chan's okay too. Are all the fights gonna be this bad now?
We've been working pretty hard. That's worth a little time off, right? Not like anyone's going to school tomorrow anyway. And I've got just the idea for Yuki-chan. How about a day at the amusement park?
What? Just you and me going?
Hey, it's the best reward I could ask for. Could be fun, right?
Fine, dumbass. You get your one date.
Really? I wasn't actually expecting...
So, for now, go kick some ass and try not to die.
Yuki-chan. I guess we did it.
City's looking pretty good though. I think my percentage should be kind of low. 181,000 damage.
All we can do is
41%. Demolisher blade. Okay, so I think now that we've cleared that, I want to go back and do go as far as I can in the story before we do any more. But give me a second. I'll be right back. Gonna take like a 2-minute break, and I'll see you in a sec. And we'll do some more Renegota. Hold on. Sorry friends, I'm back. That ended up being more like 5 minutes. But it's definitely a snacking day. I decided not to eat. And in return, thought it would be better to interrupt the stream every hour. Anyways, let's get going. Renyagoto keeps uncovering the truth that Chihiro prefers to keep hidden. He then speculated that Chihiro was trying to eliminate them all.
The kaiju! Why are they coming this way? The terminal's the other way.
Oh, that's weird.
Oh, that's Sentinel. That's gotta be Iori. Hey, Iori, what's going on? Iori-chan? They all appeared on this side out of nowhere. Just keep running. That's easy to say, but where are we even supposed to run? Miwako, I'm sorry I couldn't get you somewhere safer, but I'll handle this. Usami-chan? Usami-chan disappeared. What the heck is going on? Don't worry. I'm going to protect you. Everything's gonna be okay. I need to stay logical. Logical. Just so you know, I didn't want to do this. I'm gonna try something. Huh? Honestly. Goto-kun! I know you can see me! You've got a drone up, right? I need you here right now! Goto? You don't mean... Goto-kun! Renya Goto? Yup. So you know him too? There you are. Goto-senpai! Where did you come from?
Chihiro-san, why did you call for me?
My senior ID can get me access to the higher level commands. But I still need the biometric authentication to get it started. So I'll need your help. Though, it's not a favor for me. I'm the one who's going to be helping all of you, in the end. Don't move.
Are you trying to shift from here?
I need you to step away.
Alright, bye Miwako.
This place is...
We're inside the underground UFO. The Sector 4 mainframe.
What are you trying to achieve?
Maximum hypocrisy. Once I'm done here, your fight might get just a little easier. Get on the shifter already. I've established a connection to the system. My senior credentials should take care of the rest. Thank you. I didn't think you'd come back for me. I'm shifting you back. Now, let's get started, shall we? All units fighting the kaiju. Can you hear me?
Who's that? How'd you get on this channel?
Huh? Wait, you're the Gloomy Wicca was helping.
Chihiro. Is that you, Chihiro?
I'm Chihiro Morimura.
What? That's our teacher's name.
I'm going to evacuate the populace all at once. Readouts say 1.2 million people in Sector 4. They'll all be force shifted to the year 2025. As in Sector 3.
To the year 2025?
You're shifting over 1 million people?
So you don't have to worry about any civilian casualties. That's all.
Wait a minute, Chihiro!
Initializing shift. Isn't this... That should be everyone. Unbelievable. Absolutely ridiculous. Why am I doing this?
Oh, you went through.
What's the meaning of this? How did you gain access? Explain yourself.
I'm Takatoshi Hijiyama. I just have one favor to ask of you.
A favor?
Well, it's kind of complicated, but I'm actually asking on behalf of someone else. A young man by the name of Okino.
Tsukasa Okino?
Oh, okay. I think we saw that was one of the battle scenes from earlier, so, alright, sure. Got a bunch of updates. I'm not gonna go read them just yet. I didn't even get to do anything that one.
This data is that you, Goto? It's been a while. The last time I saw you was 2 months before my death. Roughly a year ago, I think. Chairman Ogata. An AI construct based on Chairman Kengo Ogata. Why would this be in Morimura's files? I see. So this is how she managed to raise all those funds. She must have used this AI to access the Shikishima Chairman's hidden network. Not quite. I'm afraid that was originally my idea. The good Professor Morimura was only following my orders. So all of this was by design? Your design? Leaking the prototype nanomachinery to the black market? The catastrophic consequences. You're the one who exploited her. If you blame anyone, blame yourself. We were so close to losing Project Ark entirely. Now we must prioritize the project above all else. I'll finally have my second chance at life. You were planning on downloading yourself into a clone. A brave new Earth is waiting for me. I won't let you do this. What is Professor Morimura doing now? She's dead. By that hitman's hands, I presume. That's humanity. Self-destructive to the very end. Only a few survivors left now. I give them 3 days at most. My deepest condolences for your imminent death. Shut up, Construct. Your project is over. Unfortunately for you, the Ark is already set off. It's still within comms range. You don't have clearance. I refuse to let an AI control the future of humanity. Not of the survivors, the ones who would have clearance.
Yeah, that's Ninji's father. But I do believe that Ninji also recently died.
Suppose I am the professor. Then what?
I want to know the truth. I want to know the reasons behind all of this. But that seems unlikely. I imagine you're not inclined to tell me anything.
And why's that?
It'd be inconvenient for you if we had all the facts. Considering you're trying to eliminate us. From the very beginning, you never intended for this world to survive.
You think I'm trying to destroy the world?
I do.
So you think I'm enabling the kaiju now? Even though I've got more reason to hate them than any of you?
That is true, at least. You're clearly not on the kaiju's side. After all, they are a threat to your primary objective, which would be to carry out the plan you formed in 2188. However, that plan may now be untenable. The situation has deviated too drastically. Recall when I brought you to the underground UFO? I believe you said something like, it was out of your hands. If Operation Aegis succeeds, a world reset will no longer be possible. This operation goes against Professor Morimura's agenda. She will stop at nothing to prevent it. This refers to the humans who can... 3 months
This is the mainframe of the UFO?
Yes.
Honestly, Okino-kun, you can't take anything else in life seriously. So why do you put so much time into all this?
Okino.
Just talking to myself. More importantly, look at this mess. Something unpleasant must have happened here.
Most likely. A Shikishima android. Probably left here by Ida-san. They've all been shot. External damage suggests the weapon was a phaser. They're all out of commission. Too damaged to function.
I see. Let's get started then.
Is it really possible?
I have a fairly comprehensive grasp of this system. This abnormality all comes down to the decode, right? I should be able to get rid of it.
Why would Miss Morimura push for Operation Aegis if this was an option all along?
Well, you said it yourself. She's either being controlled by someone, or she could be trying to save herself.
That's not right. Hold on. That file system hadn't even been analyzed yet. How did you gain access?
I have a senior admin ID. Access privileges for the entire system.
You somehow got access to an account that high level?
Yes, I have my ways. This is no good. Sector 3's mainframe has been damaged in an attack. It's barely operational. I won't be able to process much here. Well, not much choice. I'll have to send direct instructions to the command ship.
Command ship?
The mothership in orbit. It can send commands directly to the UFO.
Is it an Ark? Some grand design from the people of the future?
Either that or a base of operations for an alien invasion. The comms channel to the command ship is cut off. Must be hiding somewhere beyond the horizon. Looks like about 35 minutes until the comms reconnect. But we don't have that long. Time to find another link.
Will this fix cut off the Kaiju's attacks?
It should be able to solve the problem at its core. However, we can't stop any commands that were already processed. That's out of my hands.
Which means we'll still have to deal with the Kaiju already generated. We don't know how many the factories have produced. If we could just verify their numbers. We're going to need the Sentinels after all.
That may be best. Operation Aegis is too much of a risk.
In other words, the decode's activation is a blow you cannot recover from. No matter how you try to fix it, your plan is irreversibly impacted. The most direct fix would be eliminating the decode. Then, you would just restart the loop anew. In order to trigger a loop, you need them to destroy all the sector's mainframes. And therein lies your goal. You want this world destroyed so the timeline can be reset. But you have one major obstacle, and that's Operation Aegis. If Operation Aegis succeeds, Aegis isn't just an ordinary defense system. It causes a terminal to seal itself off in self-defense, preventing anyone from using it to control the world. Once all the terminals are sealed off, we'll be severed from the mainframe, effectively preventing any further loop or extinction. But if that happens, your plan is null and void. We'd be stuck in a loop where your goal was impossible. Let's backtrack a little bit. We discussed the suspect of Miss Morimura's murder, and you asked me who I think did it. If you actually are Professor Chihiro Morimura, then I believe you personally murdered Miss Morimura.
Did I now?
She was a staunch advocate of Operation Aegis. A thorn in your side, someone in the way of your reset.
An interesting theory, if also an incorrect one.
Believe me, I understand why you'd view me with hostility. Certainly Renya Goto was responsible for chasing you out of Newman, even if it was on Shikishima's behalf, a buyer simply eliminating liabilities. After that, you took the lead on Project Arc, under Kengo Ogata's oversight. Kengo Ogata, of course, being Nenji Ogata's father, and Shikishima's chairman, who recognized your talent. He passed away in 2187. His age caught up with him. But the other Kengo Ogata is perhaps more relevant. The one you created after his death using his memories. An AI construct. You were letting it control you.
I was just getting advice. Dug that out of a log, too?
Yes. Renya Goto found that AI. The log was recorded in the colony after your death. Once your clone reaches 18 years of age, you set it so that she'd download your memories. It's clear this project was not a selfish endeavor. I'm sure you felt a sense of duty to save humanity. But you were also trying to bring Kengo Ogata back to life. So Professor Morimura takes over Chihiro Morimura's clone. And presumably, Kengo Ogata would take over Nenji Ogata's clone. That's why you're so intent on sticking to the plan. Certainly, from your perspective, Miss Morimura was expendable. She had to die. Her very survival endangered your ultimate goal.
Well, that is a shame. This isn't ideal, but you know too much. Goodbye.
Ah, frick. Protagonist story progress over. Okay, so this is probably gonna be our last character. Okay. Well.
Mm-hmm.
Where do I begin? Well, I think I finally found what we needed. The answer to our problem.
What is it?
I'd prefer to handle the introductions first, but...
What can I do right now? I have to save everyone. That means I need to stay at Okino's side. So the Sentinel's a weapon from the future? It's strange to say, but it does make sense. After all, even one of its computers was so far beyond what we know.
Well, I guess we're a bit early. The command ship's still behind the horizon. That means still about half an hour until they're in comms range. Now it's a waiting game.
Go ahead and explain.
Guess I owe you that much.
Yeah, please.
You remember our talk about the decode?
Something inside that inner velocitor? It's the thing calling the Deimos, right?
You got it. More specifically, the important part is its connections to 3 discrete points. One of those points is the command ship in orbit, which I'll show you here. From that ship, it extracts the data of the Deimos themselves. That data is used to manufacture them in the automated factories in Sector 1. Then the factory-fresh Deimos are deployed to attack Universal Control. And that's how the decode works.
So why do the attacks make people disappear?
I might actually have the answer to that one. But, well, it'd be better if you heard it from her, the command ship.
Alright, I guess we'll wait half an hour.
Huh? Hey, this doll is moving.
Stop!
Yeah, stop.
It stopped.
Hey, what's that about?
Is this doll some kind of enemy?
Must have come from above ground. I'm definitely triggering the voice recognition, but... looks like my operation authority has been revoked. My commands aren't enough to shut them down. They'll be back in action soon. My commands aren't...
Hey, over here too!
Stop!
This doesn't look good.
You're telling me. We need to go. Something's off.
What's wrong?
That console. Looks like I can only use the controls from there. You stay here. I'll go set the timer.
Hey!
Stop!
Okino! Damn it! Why me? Why only me? I have to get back now, or Okino might not. Someone. Anyone. I need to find someone who knows how to time travel.
Gotta find some yakisoba pan too on the way.
Sekigahara would know. Keitaro's Sentinel could also travel in time. Wait, that nurse would know as well. Crawling Looking to him for help leaves a bad taste in my mouth, but desperate times call for desperate measures. If what Keitaro said is true, the Sentinel's capable of time travel. So if I can take it back from the government and Shikishima, maybe I can use it to save Okino. Okino was looking into that teacher. Maybe she knows something about time travel. I know what I saw. Just as I was shifting, I saw Okino. And the androids were after him. I need to get back and rescue him.
Oh, I gotta go look in the cafeteria.
This is hardly the time for a snack.
Oh, okay.
I can't seem to find that teacher. Excuse me, miss. There's something I need to ask you.
Sure. What's up?
I'm looking for a teacher named Morimura. Do you have any idea where she might be?
You need to find Miss Morimura? I think she already went home for the day.
Really? Of all time, she had to be gone during an emergency. I'll have to look somewhere else. You've been in the area for a while, right? Seen any suspicious characters? Sharp eyes, acting fishy?
Yeah, right in front of... never mind.
Hmm? I'm looking for a boy named Miura. He'd be wearing a school hat. Has he been around here?
A school hat? Oh, you mean that middle schooler kid?
You've seen him?
Sorry. I don't really know anything. But you might want to talk to one of our track members.
Where would I find them?
Around now, she'd probably be at the rest area.
What about the one back there?
Thank you.
Alright. To the rest area.
Do you have a moment?
Do you have any change?
For what?
If what Keitaro so me. I'm looking for Miura. A boy with an old school hat. Any idea where I might find him?
A school hat? You mean Natsuno's boyfriend?
Natsuno?
One of my friends in track has a boyfriend. And he always wears this super vintage-looking school hat.
That's him. Do you know where he is?
He wasn't near the athletics building. I do remember something. Oh, I've seen him around the old school building.
The old school building? So, the wooden schoolhouse? Thank you. Much appreciated. I'm looking for a shady guy who looks like he might start a fight. Have you seen anyone like that around school?
Yeah.
Really?
I'm talking to him.
Anyone else?
Well, there's also Ogata-kun.
Alright, bye. There's only like 5 places to look. I don't know why I'm asking people. Oh, let's reminisce real quick, though.
Okay, now. What's wrong?
This is for you.
Oh, dude, a smash invitation.
I really like you.
What are you doing? Don't be crazy.
Gotcha. Deja vu, huh? Isn't this where I confessed to Nenji Ogata too? That seemed like it really got to you. I thought you might be feeling left out, so...
You idiot. You thought it'd make me happy for a man to confess to me?
Guess not. Huh.
Nobody here.
I bet he's like 10 steps over here. Really? Nobody? Oh.
Huh?
Huh?
You? Wait, maybe...
This was the correct area to search. It is him.
Wait, that's... You're the scout unit that was with Sekigahara. Why do you have this? Who are you?
Takatoshi-san. Let me take you. Let me take you to Okino's location. He has been wounded by androids.
What the fuck?
His condition is critical.
What? Who exactly are you? How do you know about Okino?
Television broadcasts and command ship transmissions. Miyuki Inaba used them to inform me. Matsuno, he will need it.
Oh, sure. Here.
Whoa, cool.
What is this?
The phaser. You will need a weapon to neutralize the androids.
Some kind of future gun?
I extracted it from the Shikishima laboratory. It was designed based on data from the mainframe. Matsuno, please stay
Probably be
here.
careful with where you're holding it.
It will be dangerous. Okino may not have much time.
Then let's move.
Okino!
3 active androids detected.
I'm up.
Pew.
Over here.
Hold on. Just about. Okay, there we go.
Is it over? Okino! Where are you hurt? Don't worry. I'll get you to a hospital.
Ichiyama-kun.
Don't talk. I'm here.
The letter. Read my letter.
No! Okino! No. Okino's. He's gone.
Universal control has isolated him.
So they finally made it here. Okino. You don't have much of a knack for love letters.
The invasion force is approaching Sector 4. So I'd like to share the Sentinel with you. I hid it in the ocean in Sector 5. It's the one I piloted. Sentinel number 12. If anything happens to me, you'll need access to it. So I made one last adjustment to your body on my own. The Sentinel activation switch is on your left forearm.
That scout unit said you were isolated. If you really are alive, if you're out there somewhere, then you're going to need a home to return to. It'd be a shame if it was gone. So, I'll fight to my last breath to save it. That's all the reason I need. Now let's go! Sentinel number 12!
Finally. I was wondering when you'd show up.
What was that? I thought I heard Okino's voice.
You did. It's me.
Okino!
You can't see them, but I do still have legs. No ghosts here.
So the scout was right.
I'm still alive. Because we shared the Sentinel, you're the only one who I can communicate with.
What can I do? How do I save you?
I can't go back to that world anymore. I was cut off from it, to keep me alive. This was the answer, Hijiyama-kun. Remember what we talked about? The mystery process eating up 80% of the inner Lossiter's memory? Our hearing, vision, scent, touch, and taste. It was supplying sensory data, everything we ever perceived. It made everything in that world seem real. That was practically its highest priority function.
Seem real? You don't mean it was all fake? My home? The factory?
The 5 sectors are not reality. Besides the 15 of us, every human we've ever known, they were created by universal control. That world is a simulated space, a massive, perfect illusion for us.
None of it was real.
These cockpits we're in right now, that is reality. My designs for the Sentinels never had cockpits at all. What kind of suicidal moron would get in a 35-meter weaponized metal suit? A single punch's recoil impact would hit the pilot like a train crash. But then the finished Sentinels had ways to get inside. I wasn't too familiar with the systems we'd pulled from the mainframe data. I figured it was just a speck I hadn't noticed at the time. But it wasn't even a cockpit at all. They're growth pods, meant to keep our bodies healthy. We were born inside these pods. We have never known life outside of them.
If all that's true, how do we get out?
I don't know if we can get out. But at least one thing's clear. If the Deimos invasion destroys the world we knew, then we will all die inside these pods.
Fat chance of that. You're shameless, shrewd, and infuriating. People like you don't die so easily. No matter what else may change, my duty is the same. I live in service of my country. And the people I love.
Hijiyama-kun.
I will not let you die.
Hijiyama-kun. No matter how this ends, I will always be with you. Let's go.
So I guess that's why they've been nude this whole time. We keep going back and forth. But I guess we finally have an answer now. It's probably the last one. Here we go.
Initiating metaskill analysis. This shouldn't take too long.
Whoa.
I'll send you the data once it's ready.
That would be great.
But I must say, this is a surprise. Okino-kun really managed to push this through? Integrating this half-coded thing into the control system?
Thank you. No, well, Okino wanted to tell you that. Thank you.
Okino-kun said that?
He said the analysis wasn't complete yet. So he appreciates your help with all this.
I see.
To look at you, anyone might think you were just a child. But you must be a truly exceptional individual. The message was Okino's, and I'd like you to know I'm grateful as well. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must return to the battle.
That boy. So he appreciates me, does he? Well, that is a shame. This isn't ideal, but you know too much. Goodbye.
You cannot shoot me with that gun. So anyone who knows the truth of Aegis is a liability to you. And liabilities must be dealt with. Does that sum it up? If Operation Aegis succeeds, a world reset will no... This refers to... 3? If you recall, I specifically acquired this gun for your purposes. You had concerns about self-defense.
I can guess what happens next. Now you're going to use it to shoot me. I can get... Now you're...
Okay, now I got a shooter. Here I go.
Perhaps I wasn't clear. For safety reasons, neither one of us can be shot with this gun. I configured it very specifically. As I suspected, this gun records the time of its last discharge. And that time looks to be a near match for Miss Morimura's estimated time of death. Which suggests you used this gun to murder her. Now, on the day of the crime, you yourself were using the drone to keep tabs on Miss Morimura, weren't you? Based off of your expenses for that day, I'd presume you took a taxi to the crime scene.
How much do you have in that pocketbook? Were you just playing dumb this whole time? When did you realize? What gave away that I was the professor and not her?
There was a specific moment. It was back when Miura found you here. You described Miura as an excellent design engineer. But the Miura of 2188 was the design engineer, not him.
Did you dig that out of Renya Goto's log too?
No. That I learned through Miura, the AI of Sentinel number 17. He also told me about the existence of the logs.
So, what happens to me now? If you're not killing me, I assume you're at least locking me up?
Considering what you did to Miss Morimura, I'm admittedly conflicted. But giving into my emotional reaction wouldn't solve anything. Vengeance isn't going to bring her back. So, with that in mind, I would rather choose the path that gets me closer to the truth. That is what I want now. To see what lies at the end of all this. To see what she never could. You told an obvious lie. You made it clear Jiro Izumi was not your cup of tea. Yet you and Izumi shared an intimate relationship in the year 2188. That was clear enough from all the evidence I found. Even the placement seemed intentional. You and Izumi, together in Sector 1. You died before you could set up the memory transplant. At that point, I can only assume. Izumi sympathized with you and helped carry out your vision. I can certainly understand Kengo Ogata's motive. He just wants to live again. But you, why are you so intent on transplanting your memory?
Because there has to be a leader. Without someone to guide them, teams dissolve into fear, spite, resentment. It'd be the colony all over again.
I see. As I suspected. Your devotion to this goal is inspiring in some ways. Are you a gambling woman? I'd like to propose a bet. We'll leave the terminals alone for you. We won't let Aegis seal everything off. Your loop would still be viable.
And in exchange?
As it currently stands, it'd be impossible to revert to your original plan without some compromise. But consider this. Even this final phase won't truly be the end. We'll have plenty of struggles beyond it. Plenty more pain ahead of us. If we can prove to you that we will overcome that, if we prove to you that we can face the unknown, then are we not worthy to take up your cause, inheriting your goal, and seeing it through?
You make an interesting point.
We can solve this problem ourselves. So my proposal is this. Let us fight our war. No sabotage. If we fail, then I could hardly object to a reset anyway.
That's your bet? You don't stand a chance.
Well, I suppose we'll see about that.
Aegis activated. Is anyone too compromised to keep fighting?
We've barely had a moment to breathe. The girls may be pushing their limits.
I'm still okay. I can keep fighting.
There are 3 terminals remaining. We can protect 2 of them with Aegis. But we're on our own with the last terminal.
How much longer do we need to hold out?
We need to re-establish a connection with Miyuki Inaba. That's still 10 hours off.
10 hours we don't have. But her plan is our last hope.
Then we fight to the last, until we have nothing left.
The kaiju are heading for the next terminal.
Brace yourself, Keitaro. We are soldiers, and this is the moment we train for. Hours, days, it doesn't matter. We'll hold the line. Let's go.
Chihiro-san. You're listening, aren't you? If you're out there, please respond. Chihiro-san.
What is it now?
You know a way to link up with the command ship. One that doesn't rely on its position, don't you?
You're thinking of when I revised the decode.
Right now, we need that shortcut.
And this is where you reveal some new leverage over me. I can't wait to hear what log you found this time.
No. This time, I'm asking a favor.
You have to be joking. You do realize the position I'm already in?
I do. Even still, all I can do is beg. I just want us to have a chance.
This is the most idiotic... I lied to you, you know. Do you know which lie I'm talking about?
Not this time.
When I said I wasn't going to like you. You're an infuriating man, Renya Goto.
Chihiro-san.
Ready? Everyone, listen to me. We can communicate with the command ship out of range. I'm realigning the 3 surveillance satellites to their relay positions. We should be connected soon. However, the satellites have to move outside their preset tracks. They'll enter the gravity well and plummet to Earth. Your connection will only last until they hit the surface. You'll barely have any time to do this. Am I clear?
Thank you.
Honestly, humans can be so irrational. Though I guess I might be the most irrational one here. If you actually manage to pull this off, then I expect you all to take responsibility.
Chihiro.
Good luck, big brother. Almost connected. This is your only chance. Initiating communication.
Okay, I guess we're gonna have to hit that mystery file. Hold the frick on. It's probably a lot to go through. I'm not gonna lie to you. I was following along pretty well until we got up to Chihiro and her motivations. 2188 Chihiro. And then things got a little confusing for me. So let me go back through some of this real quick. Let's see, what's new here? The Izumi of 2188 shared an intimate relationship with Professor Morimura. Since Morimura died before she could execute the memory transplant, Izumi carries out the plan of transplanting her memories on Professor Morimura, as Professor Morimura into her clone. Keitaro, the scar on Miura's forehead is the result of Tsukasa Okino's nanomachine adjustment, which restarts the Sentinels that stopped working due to DD-426. Without losing his mind and suffering the effects of DD-426, Miura managed to endure the pain as the data necessary for starting up the Sentinels was completed. Once Okino realized this, he installs a feature so that the data will spread to anyone who comes in contact with Miura. Let's see. When the kaiju appear in 1985, Hajima reads the letter Okino left for him and activates Sentinel number 12. I've only been saying this name for like 40 fucking hours. Previously, Okino, for Sentinel number 12, Okino's craft, since Hijiyama and Okino shared Sentinel number 12, Hijiyama was able to communicate with Okino again in the cockpit of the Sentinel. Okino then reveals to Hijiyama that the world they are in is a simulated space, and the cockpit is really the real world. Shu Amaguchi. When Amaguchi was shot by Megumi Yakushiji up on the rooftop, it activated Sentinel number 20. Prior to this, Amaguchi had already come into contact with Keitaro Miura when he had to carry Miura back to his house after Ninja Ogata's altercation at the shopping district. For that reason, Amaguchi was already affected by the force activation code for Sentinels that Tsukasa Okino embedded into Miura. Although he dies in universal control due to an android attack, he is still able to communicate with Hijiyama inside Sentinel number 12. While the Sentinels couldn't be activated due to the effects of DD-426, Okino got them operational again by creating a code that reconstructed the nanomachines to nullify the effects of DD-426. He then applied the code to Miura, Sentinel number 19, which led to the completion of the Sentinel activation data. Furthermore, he made it so that the completed data would spread to the other pilots as long as they come into contact with Miura. Chihiro. When the 2188 Professor Chihiro Morimura's memories were restored to Chihiro, she witnessed the destruction caused by the kaiju invasion, and the extent of the situation's deviation from her original plan for Project Arc. Chihiro decides that for her plan to succeed, she'll need a fresh start with a new world, devoid of all these problems and variables. Although they are both Chihiro Morimura and her efforts to enable Operation Aegis were obstacles to the original plan, so Chihiro kills her. Okay, there we go. That's all I needed. Thanks to Chihiro, she was able to evacuate the Sector 4 battlefield and find refuge in Sector 3. Kengo Ogata, father of the 2188 Ninja Ogata, as well as the chairman of the Shikishima group. He died in 2187, but he left behind a simulated AI and construct of his personality. He is responsible for manipulating Professor Morimura and pressing Project Arc forward, planning to revive himself through the use of the Interlocutor and cloning technology on the New Earth. Gun. A stun gun manufactured in 2100. Its power can be adjusted up to 10 levels. Level 1 only inflicts sharp pain, but level 10 can kill an elephant in one shot. It uses a bio-authentication system that prevents anyone other than the registered user from being able to fire it. The gun that E. Sekigahara uses was given to him by the Tomi Kisaragi android, along with some medicine when they escaped the underground Shikishima Tech Lab in 2104 after the Sentinel infection incident. Yeah, so Miss Morimura was more interested in the survival of their group than the actual success of Project Arc. So that's why 2188 baby Chihiro killed her. Interlocutor. 80% of the Interlocutor memory is used to supply sensory data to their users. This ensures that whatever happens in the simulated reality feels real to them. Give me DD426, I guess. DD426 is the program code that Tetsuya Ida gives to Ryoko Shinonome, supposedly to greatly increase the Sentinel's capabilities. Shinonome ends up installing this into E. Sekigahara's Sentinel, the nanomachine equivalent of a virus that attacks the brain. It severs a portion of the nanomachine that's physically connected to the cerebral cortex, which handles memory. As the connections get severed, the brain suffers damage, causing severe pain and memory loss. In worst cases, the afflicted are left as mindless husks. Upon discovering this program code could be used to sever the Deimos code, Tsukasa Okino tested the code on himself 1 year ago. However, he suffered gradual memory loss, so had no choice but to become an AI with simulated personality. Morimura and Rinya Goto try to get Shinonome to remember the password that disables DD426, but results in failure and causes her to lose all her memories. In 1945, DD426 was successfully disabled thanks to Okino's nanomachine reconstruction and Keitaro Miura's efforts. First Gen Sentinel number 12 originally belonged to Tsukasa Okino, but he hid it in the ocean of Sector 5 so that Morimura and the others couldn't find and retrieve it. In case something happens to him, Okino registered Hijiyama as a pilot. Cockpit. Since any pilots would suffer enormous damage from kaiju strikes to the Sentinels, Tsukasa Okino's original designs for the Sentinels didn't have a cockpit at all. First generation Sentinel armament. With steel blade cutters spinning at high speed, it can cut through hard bedrock like soft cheese. However, cutting through kaiju armor produces friction heat above 1,500 degrees centigrade. So it requires the usage of liquid metal coolant. I don't have any more points, never mind. Artificial satellite. Connection gets cut off when the satellite is behind the horizon, as that puts it outside the comms range. Also called the command ship or mothership in orbit, Chihiro accessed this in order to stop the automated factory's mass production of Deimos. And now, I guess, it's time to fight. Minami Miura.
Leave it to me.
Wait, what do we have for this? Horde of worker hunter kaiju will appear.
Understood.
Oops.
Okay.
So we have two third generations. Still have anti-air bombardment. Anti-air bombardment. So that's good. 23, 25, 23.
Let's go.
25, 22, 21.
Fine. I'll fight.
Interceptors. 23, 22.
The invader. I'm ready.
Anti-air flares. That should be good. Clear without being immobilized.
Are they here? Not yet, right?
Don't push yourself so hard. I can hold the line here, Natsuno-san. Please fall back if you need to. Natsuno-san?
You know, Miura-kun, you kinda remind me of BJ.
I do?
Weird, right? It's not like the two of you are that similar, even.
If I had to guess, it's because he felt the same way. You can withdraw, Natsuno-san. I'll stay here. As a shield.
I'm not going anywhere. Number 17's gonna win this for us. It's BJ's own Sentinel, after all.
You're right. He and that Sentinel are one and the same. And I know I can count on him to protect you.
Daimo's signature's approaching. They're coming.
Well, nothing else for it. Please, cover me.
Yeah, if they can get Project Aegis online, then it'll still be their home forever. I don't know what's gonna happen to the pod people, but I guess we'll find out.
I have to focus. Man, okay.
Oh, we're right in the middle this time, too.
Back me up.
Enemy on the
Gotta do something.
Your turn. What do I do?
Yeah, hopefully when everything's over, there'll be a little more info.
Gotta keep my spirits up. Gotta keep it together.
Number 10, moving out.
Moving.
What's
Ooh,
our
they're
plan?
dropping quick, too.
Let's see. Okay, the practice round's over. Number 12,
I
moving
won't
out.
back down. Enemy on the move. Number 19,
Let's
commence
do.
movement.
Let's go, Natsuno. Gotta keep my spirits up. Gotta do something.
Stay calm. I can do this.
Okay, there's a fuckload of hunters.
Gotta keep my
Hope I can pull
only have a tractor too. I'm also sitting right on top of this drum mine.
Oh, now I'm mad. Then, okay. What now?
I don't know how I want to handle this.
Here comes the pain. Yeah! That's it.
Are we winning? Your turn.
What to do?
I'll make it work.
Okay.
Now it's a real fight. The practice round's over. You're just small fry. How's that? Humanity down the bastards.
Hold up! Get it!
Enemy on the move.
Yeah, it's probably not worth. I'll hold off on that. There's only a few there. I'm gonna
I won't
maybe
back down.
move out a little.
Number 19. Commence what's our plan?
Jesus.
Not throwing. What's our plan? Stay calm. Remember your training.
That is so much EP though.
Not throwing.
I think I'm gonna move into position for anti-air.
Number 19. Where are they?
What now? I'm on it. How's that?
No point overthinking.
I won't back down.
I'll try. They're like any other punks. Okay, what now?
Number 10, move
Enemy on the move. Here we go. Did I get
I
it?
guess life comes at you fast. You're just small fry. Bow down.
I'll try.
I'm right here. Yeah! That all you got?
Am I enemy range? They're used to fights by now.
The lag in this level is awful. There's so many units.
I'll try. No point overthinking it. I'll try.
Number 10.
No point overthinking it. I'll try.
What next?
You're just small fry. Yes! Enemy down!
Better put on a show for Yuki-chan. Your turn.
Okay, what now? They're like any other punks. What do I do?
Okay, what's coming down next? This will probably be it. I'm gonna wait here then.
Number 10, moving.
What the? Where'd they come from? They're in my way.
That sucks.
Try.
Where did they come from? What the
They're
fuck?
like any. I'll try.
Class is in session. Get bent! You're just
Let's go, National. Gonna be okay. Definitely. Number 17.
Gotta think. What now?
Back me up.
What to do? Gotta keep it together. Let's go,
The
Nazi.
practice round's over. You're just small fry. Senseless.
No point overthinking it.
Let's do this. Got him. Too slow.
Gonna be okay. What to do? Number 17,
I
moving.
won't back down.
Oh, there is a shield.
Now. A hit.
Okay.
Threat suppressed.
Gotta keep my spirits up. Let's go, Natsuno. Gotta do something. Gotta keep my spirits up. Let's do this. Gotta do something.
They got me.
Gotta keep it together.
What do I
Gonna be okay.
Okay. What now?
Jeez.
I'm right here. Get bent! That's what you get! I guess life comes at you fast. I'll make it work.
How do I get rid of this? There we go.
You're just small fry. Yes! Bow down!
Are we winning? Hope I can pull my weight.
They ought to be used to fights by now.
Class is in session. Target the practice round's over. I'll make it work. Let's see.
Yeah, let's head over there.
Number 12,
Gotta
moving
do
up.
something. Number 17, moving.
Little shit. Here comes the pain. Take it.
I can do it.
What's our plan?
Bastards.
got their sight on me.
I keep my camera this up. That's it. Got it.
Let's go, Noctino. Hold up! How's that?
Unbelievable. I'm acting like an amateur.
Wait, did that not hit them? Oh yeah, it did. It just doesn't look like they're on the ground.
Now it's a real fight. Let's see. Here it comes. Try again.
I guess I didn't hit it.
Die already. Got him. That's it. I'm in range. This could get. I'll make it work. They got me. Anti-air defense. They're like any other punks. Here comes the pain. Take it. There it goes.
What now? Your turn.
I'm not throwing away my shot.
Hey, what's up? Let's see, what do I got? What are they aiming at? Maybe it was an interceptor? That's really weird. Do I have any higher priority targets?
Now! Did I get it?
What can I do? Back me up.
I keep my spirits up. Let's go, Noctino. Hold up! Hit! I did it!
Unbelievable. I'm acting like an amateur. I'll make it work. No point overthinking it. I ought to be used to fights by now. Number 10, moving out. Unbelievable. I'm acting like an amateur. Take this. How's that? Bow down. They're like any other. They ought to be used to fights by now. I'll try.
Better put on a show for Yuki-chan. Your turn.
They're like any. I'll try. They ought to be used to fights by now. No point overthinking it.
I won't back down. Target confirmed. Take
The
that!
practice round's over. Here it comes! Senseless.
What to do? Gotta do something. Number 17,
Okay.
moving.
Back me up.
Thanks. What next?
Hey, that was a pretty clean mission.
Aegis activated. Terminal closure
secure. Ending technical analysis.
Now we just gotta slam the Aegis down on the others, right?
Unfortunately, it's not so simple. If we activate Aegis on all the terminals, time as we know it will stop in this world.
We'll stop time? You gotta be shitting me!
Our link to universal control would be completely cut off. Everyone but us will disappear. They'll never come back.
And that's not all. We'd be completely isolated. Trapped in a dead world. Just us in the ruined city. Until the day we die.
So this Aegis isn't gonna save our asses after all.
So that's Operation Aegis. Even then, I guess she thought it'd be better than being annihilated.
If Morimura believed the Sentinel project was a lost cause, this must have seemed like our only option.
So we made it through.
Aw dang, Amanamuno, thank you. I spent so much time maneuvering for Minami that I didn't actually get to do any damage. I just kept trying to move so I could intercept any missiles that were inbound or any huge swarms, but I kept dealing with them before they actually showed up, so just got to sit there. Kurabe and Yakushiji.
We have to fight.
I'll go. Not a problem.
Ready. I'll handle this.
Let me check to see what else we have. Horde of Drum Mine and Twin Tail Kaiju.
Moving out.
Do I have yeah, I do. Anti-air defense flares. Oh, dude, I got 100,000 meta chips. Oops. $250 is pretty okay.
I'm ready.
Let's see how I can improve Duro. It's like everywhere. Anything. Anything would help. Uh, 1,500 or 2,000. Hold on, let me check. Guardians cost 7 at 100. 250. So Guardians are a lot cheaper. Okay. Missile rain might not be a bad option now. I don't know. Never mind. It's okay for like intercepting missiles and hitting a bunch of things. That is really my only option for hitting a large area. I think I might drop EMP Stunner. Someone already has Missile Rain in my Gen 3s, right? Fuck it. Interceptor 7, shield repair. Do they already always have hyper condenser? Or wait, cooling system? Hold on. Oh shit. I didn't even realize. Fuck flare torpedo, I think. Well, let me see if anyone else has any. I don't think there's any new things. Alright, I'm gonna go with that, in case I need to make any last-minute changes for other stuff.
Operation Aegis. Miss Morimura probably didn't know how tough it would be.
If we'd gone through with Morimura's plan without the Sentinels, I can't even imagine where we'd be. Tetsuya Ida probably never realized Sentinel combat would get this rough.
Even if we got another chance somehow, our chances at winning wouldn't be any better. Even the one they called 426 couldn't have predicted this.
He wasn't exactly a nice cat, but I trust him.
You're right. No turning back now. All we can do is see it through.
We must win. I'm counting on you.
Don't let up. Always think ahead. Backup deployed. What?
No, not throwing
What's
you.
this?
Stay calm. I won't back down.
I can help.
Interesting spot.
Need help.
I have to focus. I'm here.
No room for hesitation. My turn now.
I won't back down. Where are they? Number 19.
Moving out.
Commence
Don't let up.
movement.
I need to think things through. Initiating shield. Thank you.
No room for hesitation. Don't let up. Number 11.
Let's
Moving.
do
What's the
this.
plan?
There's nothing too bad in there.
Limiters off. Don't let up. You're done. How was that? How many left? Stay calm. Remember your training. A hit! Enemy signal terminated. Now then.
Good timing. I can't mess this up.
I'm here! They're here. What's the plan? I don't think so.
We must win. Take that. What's the situation? Deploying decoys.
How's the Sentinel? Don't let up.
It's getting hectic.
Don't waste any chances.
What's down there? The workers. There's a twin tail in there.
Come on. That work? And where are they? They don't stand a chance.
Bye, city.
Always think ahead. How's this?
And we spotted it.
No room for hesitation. Don't let up. Don't waste any chances. My turn now. Don't let up.
Oh, you know what? Let's
My
loop
turn
back
now.
around over there. If I can.
Don't waste any chances. Number 11, my turn now. Don't waste any chances. Can't mess this up. Back me up!
I won't give up. We must win. They're here.
How's the Sentinel? Don't waste any chances. Here goes. How was that? Next, they're going for me. No, good.
Deploying decoys.
What's the... No room for hesitation. What's the plan? Number 11, no room for hesitation. Next move. I'm in range. Enemy on the move. Threat range.
You know what?
Not
Let's
throwing away
use
my
one of those
shot.
EMPs. I wonder if I can get out there with a demolisher. I have to like get in.
Limiters off. Don't waste any chances. Take this. That work? Target destroyed. Now. Back me up. They're finished.
I need to think things through. I'm counting on you.
Take that. My turn now. You're done. How was that? Here's the plan. Backup deployed.
I'll take them down quick.
I still have a bunch of Guardians up and they didn't really do anything.
What to do?
Stay calm. Remember your training. They don't stand a chance. Did I get it? Got one.
No room for hesitation. Move. Good. Next.
We must survive.
Termination of enemy signals confirmed.
Yeah, Missorian's pretty good.
Aegis activated.
So much for the city, but
Terminal closure complete. Surrounding 2-kilometer area now fully secure. Ending tactical analysis.
This is getting rough. Feels like it could all end at any second. So, Kisaragi, there's something I gotta tell you. Well, I like you.
Now hold on.
What?
Seriously? Here? Now? You are such an ass! You have no idea how to do this!
But, hey, what are you talking about?
I mean, we're still in open comms. Everybody can hear you. Kinda awkward.
What, that's bad? But this is how they always do this stuff in the movies.
Ogata-kun? I thought you sounded kind of cool.
yeah.
Sorry, Karabe, but that shit just makes me feel even worse.
We won.
Come on. The battle's just starting.
I gotta find a way for the Jin ones to not steal all the fucking experience. He's too strong. No one can stop him now. And he just gets to go so often, too.
I got this.
You want me to go? I'll go.
What do I need? Clear without a sentinel being immobilized. Clear in 60 seconds. So no requirements for the team.
I got this.
Let's go.
Okay, got it.
horde of RPF Apsis Kaiju will appear.
The invasion ends here.
I might go to Gen 1. So I can get to the RPFs quickly. Those are the factories. What do we... Main battery needs to be upgraded. I don't care too much about anything else, but maybe I should get some anti-air. Maybe I should get some missile ring. Oops. Oh wait, I still have one space. Oh no, I don't. I don't. I accidentally messed it up. Okay. What do I need for interceptors? Still at 4, so probably not worth it.
Let's roll. How many terminals we got left?
Oh god, it needs better jumps. You know, you're right. Hold on. I've been waiting on upgrading that forever.
Fine.
It needs better everything, to be honest. Okay. It's both.
How many terminals we got left?
Looks like 4. Nothing for it. Outnumbered as we are, we have to cover them all.
It's the only chance we have. At least until Miyuki Inaba reconnects with us.
Let's do our country proud, Amiguchi. Show these fiends the courage of Japan.
I'll hold them back, no matter what.
You're an inspiration to us all, Yakisoba Pawn Angel.
Hijiyama-san, could you stop calling me that? Daimo signatures incoming. They're here.
Looks like duty calls, huh?
Exactly. That's the true pride of the
So
men of
upgrading the
Japan.
stats.
The will to stare death in the face and laugh.
Excuse me, but the ladies are kicking butt out here too.
Hey, works for me. Kill my kaiju too. Knock yourself out.
They're within range now.
Upgrading Sentinel stats doesn't really seem like it's worth it unless you're min-maxing for some particular stats. Like right now, I still can get some pretty significant upgrades from upgrading my armaments instead. I don't know. You gotta spend a lot to get very little.
I've got to do this. Please, help us.
I'll try. The practice round's over. Unbelievable. I'm acting like an amateur. Number 20 life.
They ought to be used to fights by now. Okay, what now?
Number 10, moving out.
This is all pretty freaky. I can do this. Number 16, moving out.
Man, we've got it rough. Better put on a show for Yuki-chan. Your turn.
No fight I can't
Let's
win.
get him. Let's turn this around.
Still not used to this thing. Clean him up.
I'll make it work. What next? Number 12, moving
No
out.
point overthinking it.
Number 10, moving out. I'm acting like an amateur. What next? I'll make it work. I guess I'll make it work.
What do we got? Drums, 2 shields.
Now it's a real fight. The practice
Alright,
round.
let's circle around the block. Can I get all of them? No.
Try again.
They ought to be used to fights by now. I'll try.
Let's get him.
They're like any.
So, what's my next move? Number 16, what do I do? Focus. Lend us a hand.
They ought to be used to fights by now. What do I do?
Oh, the leap range is so much better. Holy shit.
Okay, what now?
Number 10, moving
What do
out.
I do? Okay,
Are we winning? Your turn.
they're like any other punks.
Number 10, moving
I'll
out.
try.
Class is in session. Let's see. The practice round's over. I guess life comes at you fast. Number 12, moving
As
out.
long as I can keep this thing moving.
Back attack? No? Okay.
Okay, what's the plan? Number 21 on
Let's
the move.
see. I guess life comes at you fast. I'll make it work.
This is all pretty freaky.
Still not used to this thing.
Here
acting like an number 12.
No point overthinking it. Oh, now I'm mad. They're like any other punks. What do I do? Come on! Take it!
Oh, almost.
Life comes at you fast. Now it's a real fight.
This isn't so
I guess life comes at you fast. They're finished. A fine hit.
This isn't so hard. Here goes. They felt that. Was that okay?
Oh wow. Wait, what the fuck just happened?
Your turn.
Enemies. Okay. What's the plan? Die! That do it? You picked a fight with the wrong girl.
They ought to be used to fights by now. They're like any other punks.
Wonder if I can get over to these. Ugh.
Here comes the pain. Get back. See ya.
What do I do? Lend us a hand.
What next? How's that? Is that it?
I'm in range. Okay. What now? What do I do?
Nah, I guess it's not happening.
Come on. Yeah. That all you got?
Termination of
Oh.
enemy signals.
Oh shit.
confirmed.
Okay. Was that under 60?
Aegis activated. Terminal closure complete. Surrounding 2-kilometer area now fully secure. Ending tactical analysis.
Aegis activated. Is anyone too compromised to keep fighting?
We barely had a moment to breathe. The girls may be pushing their limits.
I'm still okay. I can keep fighting.
There are 3 terminals remaining. We can protect 2 of them with Aegis. But we're on our own with the last terminal.
How much longer do we need to hold out?
We need to re-establish a connection with Miyuki Inaba. That's still 10 hours off.
10 hours we don't have.
But her plan is our last hope.
Then we fight to the last. Until we have nothing left.
The kaiju are heading for the next terminal.
Brace yourself, Keitaro. We are soldiers. And this is the moment we train for. Hours. Days. It doesn't matter. We'll hold the line.
That's the last of them, right?
I got the general and stealing all the experience again. What? Huh? I guess I didn't let too many spawn. I go spend my points. There's still so many things to get. Aww. a high school located in the center of Ashitaba City. Each grade consists of 5 classes ranging from A to E. There's a total of 512 students at this school. It is a comprehensive junior and senior high school, and their policy requires all students to wear uniforms. Front gate. The gate used by everyone affiliated with Sakura High School. If you face the campus on the left side, if you face the campus, on the left side is the baseball field, and behind is the athletics building. On the right is the new school building, and behind that is the old school building. A 4-story ferro-concrete school building that was completed in the spring of 1985. The shiny linoleum of the hallway reflects a lot of sunlight, bringing about a much brighter atmosphere compared to the old school building. Most students are happy that they no longer have to deal with the creaking floors, but there are some students who miss the wooden smell of the old building. So one more. The dining area on the first floor of Sakura High School's South Building. There's a school store that sells bread and bento for cheaper than market price. The most popular item is their yakisoba pan. Second place is the mayonnaise chicken bento. And third is their sandwich. Sandwich, okay. I guess there's a few other things that we unlocked too, isn't there? Way down here. Strawberry crepes. This cream-filled crepe is a bargain, considering how many strawberries you get for the price. Sayori Fuyusaka, Tomi Kisaragi, and Miwako Sawatari enjoyed this on their way home from school. Known for a shell that's sweet and crispy on top, while still fluffy and moist at the base. Maximum of 4 strike team members. 4, huh?
Sorry, I'm in no skill
Okay,
fight.
we'll take a Gen 1 for sure. Horde of high quad kaiju will appear. High quads, huh?
Not a problem.
Someone's gotta do it.
Anti-ground hunter missile would be good here.
Here goes. Oh, let's go.
Actually, 1 second. Whenever Mirror Sentinel is destroyed, it doesn't matter. Defense when HP decreases, Chihiro contacts the teams. Increase all stats until the end of the next wave. Oh. Let's see, super large missile, Ida files. Boop-de-doo.
Another high quad, and a new model at that.
If I could just hit it from a blind spot while it's charging its plasma cannon. I need to pilot it perfectly to getting close, even if it means I might not come back. Don't talk like that, Megumi. This isn't like you. But I'm the one who got everyone into this mess.
I figured you were just some prissy little nerd whining about your problems. But you're a real badass. More than these guys, anyway. You're okay in my book. Come on, follow my lead.
Stick to the plan. Stay in formation.
The biggest Farquaad yet.
My turn now.
Gotta keep it together.
Are we winning?
I'll just... Need help.
No room for hesitation. What's the
What now? Your turn.
No
Gonna
room.
be okay.
What's the plan?
What to do? Let's go, Natsuno.
How's this?
What to do?
Don't let up.
Ooh, okay.
Number
Number
11,
17 is
moving out. My turn now. Don't let up. My turn now. Don't let up. Hard on. No dice. They've got me trapped. How's the Sentinel?
A little slow on that one. Oh, that's just a drill fly. No, there it is. Armored diamond.
Don't let up.
Let's go, Natsuno.
Don't waste any chances. Limiters off.
I hope I can reach.
What's the plan?
Yeah, that should.
Take this. How was that? Target destroyed.
Hope I can pull my weight. Your turn.
Did that do it?
Kaiju has appeared.
Don't waste any chances.
Alright, we'll let the interceptors deal with that. Oof, okay.
Don't let up. Number 11, what's the plan? How's the Sentinel?
What's the situation? Deploying decoys.
Don't waste any chances. Move. How was that? Next. Targeting this way. Enemy threat range.
Your turn. We should probably get out
What's
of
the
here.
plan?
Oh, good. They got a shield up, too.
My turn now.
How do I even approach?
Number 11, moving out.
Keep my spirits up.
Targeting me.
How's the Sentinel? Come on. That work? They're going for me. Enemy threat range.
Deploying decoys.
Better put on a show for Yuki-chan.
Oh god, there's so many!
Hope I can pull my weight. What now?
No room for hesitation. Here goes. How was that? Neutralized.
Gotta do something.
Oh, there's one way back there.
They're on me.
Don't waste any chances. How's the Sentinel? You're done. Good. Nothing special.
Kaiju have
Just
appeared.
watch. Stay calm. I can do this. Hope I can pull my weight. Number 20,
Don't
moving
waste
out.
any chances. No room for hesitation. Number 11,
What's the
moving out.
situation? Need help.
Don't let up. What's the plan?
How's this? Better put on a show for you. Can stay calm. I can do this. Bullseye.
Let's go, Natsuno. Gonna be okay. Definitely.
Don't waste any chances.
Okay, I guess I can fight it head on.
Limiters off. Have no room for hesitation. Come on. That work? Next target. How was that?
Oh
What's the
goodness.
plan? Take this. Good. Neutralized.
I need to think. Deploying decoys.
My turn now.
Come on, give me that back attack. I know you got it. Eh. No.
Move. How was that? Nothing special. Did that do it?
Your turn.
Good timing. What's the plan?
Can't rush out of it. I guess I can knock him away.
Take this. Good.
Or kill him.
Gotta do something. What to do? Number 17,
My turn
moving.
now. How's the Sentinel? Number 11, moving out.
Let's go, Natsuno. Gotta keep it together.
How's the Sentinel? Move. Did that do it?
Ooh, that was so little.
What to do? Eva.
Yeah, they'll hit some of them.
Your turn.
I need to think. Need help.
City 90%.
No room for hesitation. Number 11, moving out. Don't waste any chances.
Bro, where's your fucking back at? I've went around you completely.
Don't let up. No room for hesitation. Limiters off. My turn now. Don't waste any chances. Come on. Good. Nothing special.
Termination of enemy signals confirmed.
Oh shoot. Probably didn't need to nuke the city there at the end then, huh? Well, another stadium.
Terminal closure complete.
Oh wait, no.
Surrounding 2-kilometer area now fully secure. Ending tactical analysis.
Everyone listen to me. We can communicate with the command ship out of range. I'm realigning the 3 surveillance satellites to their relay positions. We should be connected soon. However, the satellites have to move outside their preset tracks. They'll enter the gravity well and plummet to Earth. Your connection will only last until they hit the surface. You'll barely have any time to do this. Am I clear? If you actually manage to pull this off, then I expect you all to take responsibility.
Shihiro.
Good luck, big brother. Almost connected. This is your only chance. Initiating communication. I'm connected. I never imagined this kind of workaround.
This is where we're at. We've got 2 terminals left. What do we do?
The processing is almost done. I'm getting back to working on the mainframe. Even if you cover the next one, there'll still be 1 terminal left. Activate Aegis for that one, and protect the terminal.
That's the last of them, right?
No damage. Only 4? Don't look at that though. S rank. Aegis files. Before we do that, boss wave. Give me a second. I'll be right back. It's time for a break. See you in like 1 minute. Will this be the final battle? Or maybe there'll be one more after. Who knows? Clear without a sentinel being immobilized. Maintain terminal defense of 50% or higher. Standards are going much lower now. Enhanced giant high quad kaiju will appear. I mean, isn't that the same as the last one? Did I pick the wrong one? Yeah. A horde of high quad. Okay, never mind. Well. Yeah, maybe it's a yellow one.
I don't think... Sorry, I gotta bow out.
Okay.
Ready.
Sekigahara.
I got this.
Ninji.
We have to fight.
Juro.
Moving out.
Miura.
I'll fight.
Is Juro going too?
Only 45,000 to work with. I don't know if Juro's actually gonna get mobile in this fight. Usually he just sits still for the whole thing. I don't know if it's worth upgrading. Oh well. Wait, power 20? I don't think it needs more power. Yeah, okay. 5 more. Main railgun.
Here goes.
I think I might change my mind. Multi-lock, gravity missiles, interceptors. Yeah, all of these take place at the very end of the game. Or at least in the timeline. The very end. Do I need shield matrix? Yeah, I'll upgrade that. Don't have access to that good railgun. I don't know how much missile rain will help.
Understood.
Come on, that good railgun.
Leave it to me.
Sorry, I'm being really indecisive.
Warning. Dymo signature.
Jeez. That's a big boy.
Preparing to intercept. Initiating tactical analysis.
What is that? I can't even see the top of it. It's gigantic. Guess this is another of their upgrades. Is it related to those four-legged ones? But it's massive.
300 meters in height. It's the largest Deimos we've seen.
We've gotten too strong. They're trying to restore the balance.
Juro's right. This is the system's countermeasure against you, to level the playing field.
Wasn't this system supposed to give us an advantage? It's set to a level that makes sure they can compete with us, at least.
It could go either way. What actually happens is all up to you.
Guess they're throwing all they can at us.
All we have to do is take them down, right? I'm on it.
Hijiyama-kun, just remember, the mission is to protect the terminal.
To win this battle, you must destroy the High Quad EX. Let me see the rest of the field.
Okay.
Oh god! Okay, there's a lot of aerial bullshit. A shield, a shield. There's no factories though.
Let's do this.
I have to focus.
Let's clear out this way.
I'm counting on you.
Don't let up. What can I do? What's the plan? Next move.
Enemy
Always think ahead. Backup deployed. Don't waste any. What now? They're like any other.
Stay calm. Remember your training.
Okay. Or we can hit that one back there. Damn, this railgun got long.
Now. Take that.
That's a big range. Good thing I didn't rush immediately, Jesus. Alright, we gotta get something behind it.
How's the Sentinel? Don't waste any chances. How's the Sentinel? What's the plan? No room for
We might have to
hesitation.
just shield from this.
Don't let up.
Because that's the whole dang arena.
Don't waste any chances. Number 11, moving out.
Please
Don't let up. I don't think so. Okay, what now? What do I do? Number 10, moving out.
We
How
must
was that?
survive. Initiating shield.
Thanks. Stay not throwing what's optimal. I'm in range.
Where are they?
Okay, let me see if I can nail that other one. I don't think shields are up yet.
Did I get it?
What's the
Hey.
like?
Warning. Dymo signatures approaching.
Fuck, dude. What?
In range.
Oh. Ah!
Universal control processing is at 95%. It's almost there. Keep the giant dymos in check and protect the terminal.
What's the plan? Don't let up. Number 11, no room for hesitation. It's my turn now.
Within enemy threat range.
Don't waste any chance. I'll try. I ought to be used to fights by now.
Oh, I can't get through.
Die already! Get I have to focus.
We must win. We must survive. Number 23. I need to think things through. Initiating shield.
Thanks.
I've already got shield, so I don't know why I did
Let
that.
up. My turn now. So did that work? Next move.
Destroyed.
Stay on guard.
Can I reach them with this? It's already got one.
I'll stop them.
Enemy on the move. Leave it to me. Take that! They've got their sights on me.
Overthinking it.
Oh, those aren't that strong. Okay.
Here comes the pain. Take it.
Oh, they are that strong.
They're going that way. What's the plan?
Enemy threat range.
Alright, that's a lot of missiles.
I won't give up.
What do I do? Class is in session. Get bent. That all you
Confirm
got?
termination of Apsos EX Dymo signature.
Hey, what's up?
No dice. They've got me trapped. My turn
Okay.
now. Take this. How was that? Target destroyed.
We must survive. We will not lose. Sentinel number
What now?
23. Defensive mode active.
Back me up. Cut you down. Now then. Next move.
Not throwing away my shot.
Defensive mode active.
They don't stand a chance. Did I get it?
No point overthinking it. Chew on this. Take it. That's what you get.
Just watch.
How's the Sentinel? Number 11. Moving out. No room for hesitation. No point overthinking it.
I don't know if this is shielded.
Oh, now I'm mad. Okay. What now? Class is in session. Get bent.
38,000.
No room for hesitation. Don't waste any chances. No room for hesitation. Got it. My turn now.
Threat range.
If I can get there to the safe spot. Not quite yet.
Don't waste any chance. No room for hesitation.
Oh no! The timeless win. Give me a sec. Alright. Do I want to... I don't know if I should limit right now.
Limiters off.
Fuck it.
Don't let up.
I'll shield if I need to.
You're done. Good.
I won't back down.
Okay, and if I can hit this a couple more
Here we go.
times...
Take that!
What do I do?
Is there any way through?
Come on! Yeah!
Can't mess this up.
Back me up!
We must win.
Oh, there goes my flares.
Take that.
What's the plan?
Am I safe? Can't tell. I don't think I can get behind it.
Take this. That work?
Just about nothing.
Okay. What now?
Here comes the pain! Take it!
They're targeting me on clock. Shields up.
Thanks.
This could go room for hesitation. What do I do?
Oh, they got new friends.
I'll try.
I think we need to back off.
Number 10.
What do I do?
Looks like it's more EP.
Don't let up.
Stay calm. Remember your training.
Oh no!
Not throwing away my shot. Number 11.
Think things through. We must survive. There's
What's the
still
plan?
Stay calm.
Okay.
Where are they? They don't stand a chance. A hit! Threat suppressed.
termination of Absos EX Dymo signature.
I need to think things through. We will not lose.
Am I in
Don't
enemy
let
range?
up. No room for hesitation. I'll try. Okay.
Okay, all of those are still up.
Now then. Here's the plan.
Stay calm. Remember your training. What's our plan?
There's like so many missiles. I'm just gonna...
I won't back down.
What can I do?
I wiped out all the Guardians really fast. Oh, there goes another one.
We must win. There's still hope. Sentinel number
What's the
20.
plan?
Defensive mode active.
Move. Right back
Number 11,
here.
how's the Sentinel? Enemy on the move. They ought to be used to fights by now. Number 10, moving out. What's our plan? Enemy on the move.
Like, there's a bunch of missiles, but those are pretty low priority. I still got 2 more bursts, so.
Now. Did I get it? Stay on guard. Backup deployed. My turn now.
See if I'm in range. Yeah.
Limiters off. No room for hesitation.
Oh no, I'm out! God damn it.
Did that do it? What do I do?
What happened? Didn't I defend to charge? I guess I didn't do it long enough.
Number 10. No point, okay. They're going for me. They're like any other punk. I'll try. What now? Don't waste any chances. Number 11. Don't let up. Okay. What?
Ankun!
Focus on the battle, Iori.
Shit.
My Sentinel's not done yet.
Please don't push yourself so hard.
I'll try. No room for hesitation. My turn now. Number 11. I won't back down.
Can I give him any support?
They don't stand a chance. Take that! Always think ahead. Stay on guard. Don't let up.
There's still hope. Initiating shield.
Thanks. Nah, gotta think.
Okay, so they keep getting more and more waves.
What now? Okay. Not throwing away my shot. A hit!
We must survive. Initiating shield.
Thanks. What can I do? Back me up! Got it! Come with me! Okay. What now? What do I do? Okay. What now? Sentinel number 10.
I won't give up. We must win.
Here's the plan.
Defensive mode active.
Stay on guard. Now then.
Oh, oops, I don't have the individual shields. Oops! Oh well.
Shields up. Thanks. How's the Sentinel?
Okay, they didn't get a lot of energy back.
Enemy on the move. Defensive mode active. Where are they? Sentinel number 19. I have to focus.
What can I do? Number 13, moving out.
They're targeting the Sentinels.
Here goes. Here's the plan.
Wait, what? Is there a reason why I'm grounded? Did I do the wrong thing? That's weird.
What's optimal? Okay, stay on. Here's the plan. What can I do? Stay on guard.
Oh, I've been hit with EMP. Oh.
Always think ahead.
Yeah, I didn't notice I was sparking.
Shields up.
Thanks. They ought to be used to fights by now. What do I do?
Okay, I have enough now.
Number 10, moving out.
We must survive. Just watch.
What's the plan?
Don't waste any chances. How's the Sentinel?
Enemy on the move.
Defensive mode active.
Now! Did I get it?
Can't mess this up.
Alright.
I need to think through.
Oops.
I'm counting on you.
Got it, okay. What now?
Threat range.
They ought to be used to fights by now.
Number 10, here's the plan. Next move.
What's our plan? Not throwing away like any other punks.
Watch, we must win.
More EMP.
I need to
I
think.
won't
We
back-
will not lose.
What can I do?
23. Defensive mode active.
Gotta think. Number 13, moving out. What's the plan? Number 11, moving out. What now? Don't let up.
No room for hesitation.
Let me make sure I can reach it in this turn. Yeah. Okay. Let me make sure I'm hitting the back of it too. Do you even have a back, dude? Where are you looking? No, there's no back.
Limiters off. They're going for me. Don't waste any chances.
It's already got its attack up though.
What's the plan? Can't no room for
What now? I'm on it. Got it. Stay on guard.
Ooh, almost.
Good timing.
Number 11.
Where
Moving
are
out.
they?
Take that!
Enemy down.
Get out, my turn now.
Within enemy threat range.
Number 11.
No point overthinking it. Okay, what now? They're like any other punks.
How's the Sentinel?
Number 10, move it.
Okay, what now?
We must survive. We
What's the plan?
Okay, did you turn again, or are you still facing that way? there we go.
You're done. How was that? Neutralized.
There's still hope. We will
Wait,
not
it's not
lose.
over? But I thought all we had to do was do that. I guess not.
Initiating shield.
Thanks.
Confirmed termination of
Oh.
High Quad EX Deimos
I guess
signature.
it's done.
Aegis will activate for this terminal soon. Just one left.
Inaba-san, what's happening? Is everything still running? The processing is complete. It looks like it worked. The mainframe is responding.
Really? You mean we actually won?
I'm sorry, but it's not over yet.
Guess we pushed them back.
The final battle now. Okay.
Let's keep it going. We're all surviving this.
Somehow, still S rank. Doesn't matter. Whole city gone. Well, only 20%. Dinner from the other night. A new area has been unlocked. Final area, Sakura Ward, is now available. Oh, what the fuck? Alright, we're at 97% though, so it can't be that many. Right? Okay, nothing new up here. Type 98 biped, a weaponized mech that predated the Sentinels, equipped with 16 rocket launchers and 2 Gatling guns. With no way of handling close quarters combat, they were swiftly outclassed as the kaiju drew near. Guardian, second generation Sentinel support equipment, attracts kaiju by sending out decoy signals to enemies around it, tricking them into thinking that it's a terminal to draw their attention. Super large missile, third generation Sentinel armament. I don't know. Why can't I read the words? Fires a powerful missile that can decimate a large area. The giant missile is 9.1 meters long and weighs 1 ton. Utilizing electromagnetic barriers, TNT, and aluminum dust, this weapon creates a wide-ranging dust explosion. Fourth generation Sentinel support equipment releases 4 high mobility. I think I read that the same way last time. Attack drones that automatically target and attack kaiju. After the Hunter's high-speed assault against the terminals proved to be effective, Tsukasa Okino built these weapons after thoroughly analyzing their flight mechanism. Gas explosion. An incident where Jiro Kurabe accidentally summoned a Sentinel, when he touched Keitaro Miura's forehead. Kurabe unwittingly transmitted a mysterious giant robot onto his favorite video store in the shopping district. The news report on TV said that it was a gas leak that caused the explosion and damaged the surrounding buildings. At the dock in 1945, Tsukasa Okino added a feature to Sentinel number 19 that copies over the Sentinel force activation code to whoever comes in contact with Keitaro Miura. This is the reason Kurabe ended up summoning the Sentinel. Let's see. North Building fire. It wasn't actually a fire, but someone trashing the girls' bathroom. Ever since this incident, Natsuno Minami stopped showing up at school. The destruction of the North Building's girls' bathroom was a result of the battle between Tomi Kisaragi, android who was after Minami, and Tamao Kurabe's android. This is also when the entity inside the Kisaragi android and the Tamao android switch places. 2064 Kaiju Invasion, a defensive battle that took place towards the center of Ashitaba City in 2064. Jiro Kurabe, Izumi, Ryoko Shinonome, and Sekigahara were among the Sentinel pilot force during this battle. Sentinel number 15, piloted by Sekigahara, shut down the systems of all their Sentinels, causing the front line to collapse. Morimura prioritized the lives of the pilots and force transmitted all Sentinels. Tetsuya Ida stayed behind and fought using a remotely controlled Sentinel. The cause of the defeat was the DD426 code that Shinonome put into Sekigahara's Sentinel. Dinner from the other night. Megumi Yakushiji made for Jiro Kurabe the other night consists of 5 dishes: salt grilled mackerel, chikuzen-ni, a Japanese-style rolled omelet, rice, and miso soup. It was set up to be shared between 2 people. What is this? Bankara. When Keitaro Miura says his friend Takatoshi Hijiyama was once a mess, he was referring to this particular look and attitude. In the latter half of the Meiji era, Western culture was considered more acceptable as haikara. The cultural adoption of Western fashions became popular. The term haikara was made popular by Meiji-era journalists, derived from the English high collar. To counter this movement, Bankara was born out of the desire for goodness within, something not determined by outward appearances. Bankara came from the twisting of haikara, and being Bankara meant holding onto a crude outer appearance while seeking spiritual nobility, integrity, and greatness on the inside. I don't know why I went back in there. Bonus objectives none. A horde of mini kaiju will appear. All right.
Let's roll.
Let's go. You want me to go?
I'll fight.
Yeah, that looks fine.
We're up against the wall here. Would really love a clue about what's gonna happen.
How much do you know about universal control?
Well, it manages the world, right? Keeps things running smooth, keeps us thinking we're from our own eras.
So, why would it let some crazy disaster like this go unchecked?
What? You're saying it's not working?
Universal control is still operating. If it wasn't, we wouldn't be getting headlines of this happening around the world.
So, the system doesn't think this is unusual? That's right. Because it's checking it against the decode inside you. It convinces the system that's a normal process. That's when the Daimos appear. Universal Control has no idea it's under attack.
The mainframe gets taken over before it can even register anything. It forces a manual system reset.
If it was aware of any of this, it'd never let this situation even happen.
It still hasn't picked up on the problem? This whole giant robot apocalypse thing is kinda hard to miss.
The Aegis severs the link. It can't detect any of this.
Cutting off its connection to its nerves. Like a doctor's anesthetic before the knife.
It's numb to the intrusion. And that's why we have to wake it up and show it the threat. We have to make the system understand this is not normal. It's a state of emergency. So how do we do that? I can broadcast the terminal link signal from the command ship I'm on. By routing the signal through here, I can reconnect the link severed by the Aegis. That That should make Universal Control finally realize what's going on. So this was your big fallback plan? Yes. It's the only option we have left. And that'll fix all of this? We won't have to fight anymore? Not yet. You've still got 5 minutes and 44 seconds.
Whoa, 5 minutes and 44 seconds?
If the final terminal is taken over before then, when the world gets reset, you'll all vanish along with it. This is the moment of truth. The final battle. Please, protect us all.
Defend the terminal until the mainframe activates. Oh geez. Most of these fights have taken place in like 30 seconds, so okay.
Gotta keep it.
I'll make it work. Better
What to do?
Can't mess this
I'll
up.
take them down quick. I need to think. Need help.
Okay. I'm here. Unbelievable.
What to do? Gonna be okay. Definitely.
Nah, that's a bad idea.
Gotta keep my spirits up.
I guess life comes at you fast.
What?
Let's see.
Gotta keep my spirits up.
Unbelievable.
They're like any
Hope I can pull my weight. Your turn.
I guess life comes.
What to do?
Okay. What now?
Gotta keep it together. How's that? Gotcha.
Number 10, I'll make it work. Unbelievable. I'm acting like an amateur. Damned machines.
Oh fuck.
The practice round's over.
These formations are weird.
Humanity?
They're like any other punks. Come on! Get fast! That's it!
Gotta do something. Ready for this? Hit! Take that!
Better put on a show for Yuki-chan. Your turn.
Got a target on my back here!
Gotta think. Can't mess this up.
I don't know how much I trust our interceptors.
What can I do? Okay. Back me up.
What do I do?
by now. Here comes the pain. Take it. That all you got? I guess these guys don't like me. Unbelievable. I'm acting like an amateur.
Oh, those are molars. I don't care about molars.
I'll make it work. Number
It'll be okay. Definitely. Get it! Yeah!
Unbelievable. I'm acting like an amateur.
There's a carrier there. That high quad's avoidable for a little bit.
The practice round's over.
Nah, I'm gonna go over here and
I'm
finish
acting like an
this.
amateur. Take this.
'Cause these missiles suck.
Senseless. No point overthinking it. I ought to be used to fights by now. What do I do?
I think that's like a block out of range. No, like a pixel out of range.
No point overthinking it. Number 10, moving. What do I do?
Oh no, it's actually a lot further.
I'll try. Are we winning? Your turn. Number. What do I do?
Oh, duh. It's in the frickin' sky.
I'm right here. Yeah. See ya.
Oh!
Like any other dogs. No point overthinking it. Die already. Got him. That all you got? What next? Here it comes. How's that? You got a target on the back. Enemies don't like me.
Gotta do something.
Oh, there's a shield up too. Where's this shield at? Oh, there it is.
What to do? What to do?
Ah. There's so many.
They don't stand a chance. Class is in session. Yeah! There it goes. You could get out. What now? Shield them. Thanks.
The last adjustments are going smoothly. Just hold out a
Thanks,
little.
Yuki.
Don't throw at me. They got me.
Just-
Come on. Take it. That's what you get.
Let's see.
What to do?
More.
Need help.
I guess life comes at you fast. The practice round's over. They're finished. Yes! Senseless. How's that? Can't mess this up. I'll try. I'm right here. Yeah!
Man, we've got it rough. Are we winning?
Gotta do something. How's that? All right.
I guess life
Okay, that
comes
helped
at
with
you
like
fast.
one of them.
I guess life comes at you fast. Let's see.
That's too deep.
I deny you! Enemy down!
No point overthinking it.
Class is in session. Got him. You like that?
Oh god.
Touch your head. Got him. See this can get up.
We're gonna keep it together.
Oh, it took damage. Holy shit.
Gonna be what to do. Hold up. Get it.
What now?
Can't mess this up.
I can help. Deploying decoys.
What I guess life, let's see.
What is even over here? Factory didn't get taken down.
You're just small fry. Yes!
I'll try.
I don't have any frames left, game.
They ought to be used to fights, but they're like any other punks. Oh, now I'm mad. I'll try. They ought to be used to fights by now.
Let's do this.
I'm gonna deploy a Guardian like down here. Okay, that Guardian's gone. Bruh! I thought you said it was almost done!
I know you can. I need to think. What did I'll just...
Let's see.
Alright, good luck everyone. I can barely even see what I'm fighting anymore. Is there something in there to hit? Look at all that shit over there. I don't even want to look over there. Run! Time to run away.
They ought to be used to fights by now. Number 10. What the? Where'd they?
Okay, never mind.
Die already! These goons don't like me. Shield them. Thanks. Okay. What now?
Oh man.
You want this? Yeah! Target on what now?
What about the Guardians? Do you not care about the Guardians? Oh my gosh.
Hijiyama-kun, that impacted your driving system. Your output's dropping fast.
Yep.
Power, huh? Well, that just means it's a fair fight now.
I'll adjust the settings to get your output back up. But one more hit like that, and you're done.
I'm sure there won't be any more.
I guess what? I'll make it work. Let's see.
I can't even leap attack away.
Like any other punks.
I gotta get in there and help Hijiyama. I don't think I can. I don't think I got the range for helping. I'm all out of EP too. All those missiles incoming. Those are all flying.
Okay. What now?
I don't think there's a point in defending right now to try to get EP back because they'll just explode.
No point overthinking it. They're like any other punks. I'll try. Number 2, moving out.
What to do?
Where do you think I'll get the most enemies?
What do I do? Here comes the pain. Take it. There it goes. Are we winning? Man, we've got it rough. Better put on a show for you, man. We've got it rough. Unbelievable. I'm not
I was hoping more would get pushed back.
I guess these guys don't like me.
No, I don't want to do EMP Attractor. Just that one, huh? Well, that's up in the air. Say life support.
Hope I can pull my weight.
Okay, I need.
Shield them. Much obliged.
You gotta do something.
Okay, those missiles are going fucking everywhere, so. Hey, missiles, missiles, missiles. There's not a lot. Okay, we got Guardians there, Guardians there. Me escape?
No point overthinking it.
Oh no! I mathed wrong. Oh well.
Class is in session. Yeah! Anyone can make a target like this. Focus.
Guardian. There's tons.
Gotta do something.
Where'd it go?
You're just small fry. A finite. Is that it?
Don't screw with me! What now?
Die already!
Oh, it's shielded. Fuck.
Don't like it.
Hijiyama-kun, that impacted your driving system.
Yeah.
Your output's dropping fast.
Less power, huh? Well, that just means it's a fair fight now.
I'll adjust the settings to get your output back up, but one more hit like that, and you're done.
What next? On that point, I guess life comes at you fast.
Oh, hold on. I'll get it.
Okay, what now?
Yeah, I don't want to do that.
I'm right here. Get fit!
Let's go, Noctino.
Okay, which way are the least amount of missiles coming from? Okay.
Emergency escape preparations complete. Universal control suspended.
Oh!
Interlocutor. Link disconnected.
Oh, okay.
I don't see anything. Where is everyone?
Right here.
I can't tell what's going on outside. How about you?
Same here. My Sentinel's not responding.
I can't even get out of mine. Still stuck in this damn cockpit.
Relax, everyone.
Tsukasa Okino? You're alive?
And not just me. Tamao-san's safe too, even if she's still out cold.
Tamao-san's alright? Really?
I know you've all been assuming these are the Sentinel cockpits, but they're not. They've always been something else entirely.
Then, where are we?
If my communications are reaching you, that means you're now outside Universal Control.
You're saying we're out of that virtual city space? Does that mean this is the real world?
Real world? What are you talking about?
The 5 sectors you know? They're artificial worlds. We've been living in a virtual reality.
That wasn't real.
We were born within the simulation. We spent our whole lives in a waking dream. And now, we're finally awake. We're back in reality.
Wait, Jiro-kun. Aren't we supposed to be on a different planet now? That was like the whole point of interstellar development, wasn't it?
Minami's right. This is a whole different planet. And I think we're in one of the 5 sectors.
Almost, Tamiguchi-kun. This isn't Earth. But I don't think it's a residential district at ground level. I think it's a pod facility, where we've all been sleeping.
So, does that mean everything up until now was just one big illusion?
Even if that's true, what we lived was real. What we felt was real. This was Fluffy's plan all along. Or, well, Hiro Izumi's plan. The one he brought from the ruined world. It was your only chance. No other escape plan had any possibility of survival. By reconnecting the terminal link, the mainframe detects abnormal conditions. It then initiates the emergency escape procedure. That's what he found out.
So that was 426's plan.
But there was one more issue that prevented escape. Namely, your bodies. You weren't ready to live outside of the pods.
What? Is that what this cockpit was for?
You couldn't survive outside that environment. Your bodies needed conditioning to sustain your lives unaided. It was a very long process. We had to give you all the preparation time you needed.
So, are we done cooking in here? Can we get out yet?
Yes. The growth process has finally come to an end. So what happens to everyone else back in the city? I knew you would ask me about that. It's part of why I didn't explain the details sooner, but... they are not human. They only exist within the simulation. All 1.2 million people. Everyone who lived in those sectors. They were all AI. Created and managed by Universal Control. That's not going to be easy to accept. If it's any comfort to you, the professors saved all their data. They haven't been erased. They all still exist. Please, no more secrets. What was this whole interstellar development project for? Was all this stuff with the kaiju part of the plan? Testing us? Actually, it might have been because of the old me. The Ryoko Shinonome of 2188 tried to sabotage the plan. Maybe that's why the Daimos appeared.
She wanted to stop it.
She was sick of humanity. Sick of the despair.
I saw the logs from those who were there in the final days. And the end was truly horrific.
So what can we expect from this new planet? I think we're due some basic information if we're going to live here.
It is approximately 1,200 light years from Earth, in the direction of the Virgo constellation. The planet is RS-13 Alpha. It has 2 moons. The time elapsed since departing the solar system is...
Okay, that's good for now. Any more of this crap in my head's gonna explode.
If you say so. In any case, this will be your new Earth. The satellite's about to enter the atmosphere. In a couple moments, you'll lose your connection to the command ship. But before that, please allow me to offer a word of apology. I believed this plan would be impossible. After all, some of you had never even piloted a Sentinel before. I thought I would just throw everything into the plan. That way I could at least end this with no regrets. But, against all odds, you pulled it off. No matter how far technology may come, it's humanity who always seems to make miracles come true. You've done well, children of mankind. Once you're out of your pods, I can't talk to you anymore. But I'll always be watching over you from my place in the sky. Don't ever forget that.
If you're watching this footage, that means Project Ark was a success. You have left Earth behind. But you are now on a planet terraformed to be a second Earth. Probes were scattered scattered into space in search of viable planets. I can't say how far your planet is from Earth, but even the closest candidate planet is 12 light years away. It may have been tens of thousands of years. No, it's likely an even more astronomical amount of time has passed. Unfortunately, by the time you watch this, humanity will have gone extinct. In the end, we couldn't save Earth from ruin. But you are our reincarnations, our successors. And you stand on an uncharted world full of new hope. Having reached 18 years of age, you'll now undergo a 2-year program of special training. This will give you some vital knowledge for daily life and future development. Once you're finished with that program, you can finally take your first steps into your new homeland. Hello, everyone. I am Tamao Kurabe. My specialty is AI, and that's what I'll be providing in this program. As I've been asked, I'll provide what explanation I can. We're transporting a massive cache of genetic information to the new world. There will be cloning and species restoration efforts for all kinds of flora and fauna, including humans. The 15 of you, however, will be direct descendants, generated from those who survived this ordeal. Together, you will rebuild the human race anew. However, while the flora and fauna can mostly be left to their own devices, we cannot say the same of you remaining humans. After all, what makes us human is the succession and evolution of our culture and knowledge. These you will inherit from us and cultivate. While you grow and gestate within your life pods, you will be dreaming and learning about life on Earth. Until at last, you reach 20 years of age. We may never know for sure if this will succeed, but if it does work, that would truly be a dream come true. If you are out there somewhere, if you can hear me, please, keep weaving the tapestry. Keep the history of humanity alive.
Those videos just now. So those were meant to play if everything went according to plan. I guess the idea was for us to step outside at 20 years old. It's so dark. The pod opened. Where is everyone?
Here. Stand up slowly. Your eyes will get used to the light outside in no time.
Yakushiji.
You're the last one awake, Jiro. Everyone's already outside. Come on. What's the matter? You look so surprised.
Just thinking. This must be the real you, Yakushiji.
Do I seem that different?
Now I can feel you next to me. I can feel your heart beating.
We can finally touch each other. With real hands. Real skin. So, it's all over. What do we do now?
Let's go join the others. This plan was meant to save the human race. We already know what we're going to do now. We're going to live.
Hooray, we did it! We're going to live. And the most complicated way to get there, but we're gonna do it. I have so many missing mystery files to unlock. 100. Well, they're going to be cloning people, so it doesn't matter. They have the DNA of I don't know how many people. Too many. Oh.
Reboot complete. Universal control appears to be operating normally.
Things seem fine here as well. The terminal connected without any issues.
Sector 4 has come back online.
I knew you could do it, Ida-kun. After all that, I'm glad I gave you full control.
Tomi, I have to know. I assumed you'd hate me after everything. That you'd think me a monster.
I was alone after I shifted to the command ship, but in my darkest hour. Do you know whose ID I relied on?
Shu Amiguchi's.
Because no matter what form he takes, there's one man I've always counted on. It's you, Ida-kun. It's always been you. Don't you know that by now?
All I ever wanted was to be with you. If it's possible, I'd like to join you. Wherever you are.
You'd come here? That would be great. But maybe it should wait until after all the sectors are back.
Is that all? I'll have it done in a heartbeat. You doubt me?
No. No doubts at all, Ida-kun. The man I fell in love with can do anything. The command ship is about to cross the horizon. It'll be goodbye. At least for another 14 hours.
Yes. But until we're cut off, could I hear you sing again?
Okay. Look at that. Never thought I'd be back here. You really never cease to amaze me. So, how's life on the outside?
It's been 5 years since we exited the simulation. We now have 2 bases established above ground. Somehow, we've achieved some measure of stability.
The facilities are now operational. We're learning all kinds of new technologies.
Ryoko and I have a new project. We're looking into using the pods to recreate the people of this city.
We found research notes from Ryoko Shinonome, the genetic engineer. Now we know enough to manipulate genetic information. It's definitely possible. Don't you agree? Sounds familiar. From before the plan, right? I suppose she was working on something like that. So you want to use the pods to make AI into true humans? I don't know when we'll be ready. But even if it takes years, we want them to see the second Earth. We'd welcome them. Well then, sounds like you're doing just fine. I guess I won't need to step in and lead you after all. I've heard a lot about you, Professor. Could we ask you to review our research? Well, I suppose you did win the bet. Fine. I can manage a peer review.
Thank you, Professor Morimura.
Is he back here too?
Yes. Miura is also here.
Then I'm going to have to visit him. We're family, after all.
Please, wait. Allow us to accompany you. Let's go, Ryoko.
Yeah. Natsuno-chan, and she was a crying mess too. I'm just really glad to see you, Miwako. What do you mean? I really, really missed you. You're acting so strange, Usami-chan. Hey, Miwa-chan. Let's go out to eat. Any of your favorite places. Yeah, our treat. What? What's going on? Oh, Nenji-kun.
Hey, Miwako. Long time no see. Whoa! Usami.
What?
This is how you used to look?
Why? Falling for me all over again?
Jeez, I forgot you used to be so... flat. Man, am I lucky you filled out.
You're such an ass. You know, I didn't forget you calling me Dogface. Screw you, Captain Pompadour. Anyhow, I'm not coming home tonight. So you better finish up and go. You're watching the kids. Kids? Whoa. Let's step over here, Miwa-chan. What was that about? Nothing. Usami-chan, come on. Sorry. Where did A go? You know, he's never been great with this stuff. Antisocial as always, huh? He said he was gonna hang back and monitor everyone's pods. Oh well. Are you two saying you both have boyfriends now? What? No, of course not. Don't worry about all that, okay? Today's just for us girls. What do you feel like eating?
Well, there you go. All's well that ends well.
I mean, duh, man. I was inside your nano machines. Of course I'd be here. That's how I came out of the pod with you, too.
We'd never have come so far without you, Izumi-san. After all you did to get the new facilities up and running.
Hey, come on, man. Remember, I'm Kyuta Shiba here.
Got it. Shiba-kun.
Man, look at this, Juro. Everything's back how it used to be.
Still, there are definitely gonna be some inconsistencies. We basically forced a reset to right before the disaster.
You worry too much, Juro. Inconsistencies aren't a big deal. Universal Control can handle that stuff.
I guess so.
My data's all in this place now anyway. So you're gonna be on your own from now on.
I know.
Oh yeah, almost forgot. The one I got today is gonna blow your mind. What do you say? Movie night?
Of course.
Juro.
Megumi.
Wow. I guess I didn't realize how rugged you'd become in these last 5 years. You're so cute back here.
But you? You're as gorgeous as you always were.
Frickin' gross. Is that why you two came back here? To slobber all over each other? Barf. Cooing over each other like brain-dead lovebirds.
Izumi-san.
Ugh, this is so boring.
Please, do you really have to act like that now?
Ah, fine. Guess I'm just a third wheel here anyway.
Shiba-kun, you should come over to our house later.
I'll have a feast ready.
You know I love that cat food.
You'd better show up tonight.
Oh, Kitaro. Hey, Nenji. I certainly remember that hairstyle. Best one there is. You waiting for Natsuno? Yes, we're supposed to meet up here. Yeah, I can see it. Gonna be wrapped around her little finger for life.
Whoa! Ogata! Been waiting for you.
Wajima.
Put him up, asshole. We're gonna settle this beef once and for all.
Wait a minute. Really? You've been waiting all this time? For me?
Yeah?
God damn it. This is the most beautiful shit I ever heard.
What the hell's your problem?
Watch him, my dude. God, it's good to see you too, man.
I'm gonna punch your lights out!
Yeah, do it! Give me your best shot! Anything you want, man.
Hey, boss? I think he's crying. Oh, Gata. You okay, man? You didn't eat something bad, did you?
Sorry to keep you, Keitaro-kun.
Natsuno-san,
I just had to stop by the lockers.
your eyes are red. Were you crying?
Well, yeah, 'cause I finally got to see him again.
Hey,
He was restored? With everything he had before the erasure?
It's BJ, all right. And he's got all his data. The same data that we're still using today. He's always been saving us.
We've only been able to return here thanks to you. We owe you so much.
all of you are the incredible ones.
Mira, how would you like to enter my nanomachines and go to the outside world?
You take me?
Yeah, PJ. I've got room for you in my nanomachines, too.
Maybe. Let me think about it.
Well, for now, should we get going?
So, where are you taking me today?
I'm taking you home. It's about time you met my parents. They've got to meet my future husband.
What? Right now?
Not-chan!
Yuki-chan, did you just get here?
Konatsu was so fussy today. Took forever to get into the pod.
'Cause Konatsu loves Mommy so much.
She looks just like you, you know? Spitting image of you when we were kids. When I look at her, sometimes I feel like she's as much your kid as mine.
Well, I don't know if I had any hand in it.
Anyway, I heard the news. Finally getting hitched, huh? Gotta say, Keitaro needs to unclench a little.
I'm just trying to take this seriously. This is a chance to take responsibility.
You definitely take it more seriously than somebody I know. Okay, so, when's the big day?
Well, for today, I'm just taking him to see my folks.
Wow, meeting the in-laws? Man, now that takes me back. I wonder how your mom's doing. Let's go see her.
What about Shukun?
What about that sleazebag?
Yuki! Here you are.
Amiguchi-kun.
Oh, come on. We came out all this way and you're still mad? Nothing even happened.
Did you seriously hit on Shinonome-san?
After all this shit about always being on the ladies' side, too.
No, it was just some leftover crap from Tetsuya Iida's memories.
I don't want to hear it. Konatsu's all I need.
Yeah, you're right. I've been a real idiot. Now I've got a wife and daughter I'd give anything to see happy. I'd never find anyone better than you anyway. Not in this time, or any other.
Look, you can't smooth talk me. You don't get off that easy.
You know, I've been wanting to show you my place here.
Well, too bad. I'm going to Nachan's place. Let's go.
Give me a call later. I'll come pick you up on the bike.
Go on, Yuki-chan. You should spend some time with him.
Fine. If you really think so, Nachan. I'll give him a call. Maybe.
This is it, Tamal-san. See? It's been 40 years, but it's still the place we know.
Yes, this certainly brings back memories.
Sector 5 is almost restored too. When it's ready, we should take Keitaro back on a visit home. Just the three of us.
It makes me think, if we really came this far in just 40 years, then we can rebuild our future out there too. Hijiyama-kun. So this is why you left me behind? Sneaking off for a date? You must think you're a real playboy now.
Finally here, Okino? As usual, you're...
Oh my, how adorable! You're back in the Kiriko-chan dress.
What's the matter, Hijiyama-kun?
A dress isn't enough to get a rise out of me anymore. It's been 5 whole years, you know? I've come a long way.
You still don't get it? Come on, think about it. This is a virtual world. It's not just the clothes. I can be whatever I want here.
What? Wait, you don't mean...
Hey, check if you want.
What? You can't just tell me to...
What? Now, of all times, you lose that confidence?
You absolute cad! You know that's not the issue here. Ugh. What am I supposed to do?
My, Takatoshi-san. You really do like Okino-kun, don't you?
I don't know about that.
Well, this is a Takatoshi-san I'm not used to. A bit more dramatic these days, isn't he? Who might this be?
2 Tamao-sans?
Yeah. This is number 18.
So, she's the Tamao-san from the loop before us.
Her mind is housed inside this android. It's not like she's a stranger, so I brought her back too.
How do you do? So you're the other me. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Well, anyhow, no point just standing around here. Let's go outside. You seriously brought her here? This gross, shady old shack? I knew you were a lost cause when it comes to dates, but this is just sad. Or were you gonna jump her?
You really are positively shameless, aren't you?
Ah, well, I suppose I'd better step in. Here, if you want to know where couples go, I'll show you around. Number 18, Tamao-san's all yours.
We'll be just fine.
Wait a minute, what's all this about couples?
Come on, let's go.
Why should I listen to you?
Stop being such a baby already.
I still don't quite understand. I don't know what it was like for all of you, or maybe I just want to know what really came of all our efforts. Then let's talk. It'd be my pleasure to explain. It took an incredible amount of time, but what they achieved truly was a miracle.
Sorry to keep you waiting. What's up, Ms. Morimura?
So, what is this about? I hope you have an explanation, Juro.
It's about a promise. I told you I'd rescue you. You still remember?
Yes. I remember.
I know it took a while, but I was hoping we could have a fresh start.
A fresh start?
Yeah. Didn't we make another promise? We said once the dust finally cleared, we'd talk, right?
I remember that too.
There was one more thing. You probably don't remember this one, so I'll just say it again. I love you.
That I don't remember. But I remember being in love with you. I'd never forget that.
Is it really? Is it really the end? Ending entry has been added to the event archives. Additional characters can now be viewed in the event archives. What do you mean additional? You can now restart each protagonist's story from the beginning at the protagonist selection screen. Fourth area of destruction has been... Fourth area of destruction has been unlocked. The fourth area of destruction? What do you mean? I'm gonna save again. Okay. Ah. Fourth area of destruction. It's just the final area? Oh, no. Oh god, there's so many too! Oh man. Let me just peek. No bonus objectives anymore. A horde of various ground kaiju will appear. I wonder how hard it is. Oh, I'm so afraid. Here, give me a second. I'm gonna go get some water, and then I guess we'll poke at this and see what it's like. Be right back. Oh, there's 9,999 waves. Is there a reward for doing it? I might do one. I don't know if I'll do that many. Exists to taunt me. No, I'm good. I'm good. I'm satisfied for what I got out of this game. And aimless combat is not one of those things that I really look forward to. Oh, no dialogue either. Right into battle.
What's the situation?
What now?
I can help.
Gotta think.
Gotta keep my spirit.
What can I do?
I'm not sure. I don't know how you come up with that many different fights.
Back me up.
Gotta do something. Let's go, Natsuno. Gonna be okay.
I guess life comes at you fast. Unbelievable. I'm acting like an amateur. Number 12, moving out.
They're targeting me.
Leave it to me.
Let's go, Natsuno. Get it! I beat him!
I ought to be used to fights by now. Okay, what now?
Number 10, I guess life comes at you fast. Now it's a real fight. What next? Unbelievable. I'm acting like
Can I get around him?
senseless.
Are we winning?
But yeah, I guess now I can understand why they'd have so many options for upgrading when you don't really get much out of it.
Your turn.
What to do? Need help.
What now?
What do I do?
Can I get a back attack on both of them?
Let's do this. Got him. There it goes.
Gotta keep my spirits up. Just watch. Hit! Yeah!
What next? You're just small fry. Humanity? Gotta target on
What now? They got me. Your turn.
No point overthinking it.
Class is in session. Take it. That's it. Let's see. They're finished.
Why'd I punch it? Did I not? No, I have EP. Just thought I'd punch it.
The practice round's over. Is that it?
Okay, what now? What do I do?
Number 10, moving out.
I need to think.
Better put on a show for Yuki-chan. Shield them.
Thank you.
What the? Where'd they come from? They're in my way.
I ought to be used
What's
to
in my
fights
way?
by now.
I don't see it. Oh! He's in the air. About to flatten me.
Here comes the pain. Let's see. guess life comes at you fast. Number 12, moving in. They don't stand a chance. Damned machines. I'll make it work. Unbelievable. I'm acting like an amateur. They're finished. Yes! Bow down.
What to do?
Apparently the person who cleared wave 9,999 said that it would take another 13 hours to max out their units. Okay, cool.
Gonna be okay. Definitely. Ready for this?
Now you've done it, try. Chew on this. Yeah! You like that? I have to focus.
Ooh.
Back me up.
Man, we've got it rough. Better put on a show.
Get ugly. The practice round's over.
413 hours to get through all of the waves.
Number 12, moving out.
That's a lot of time. That's like 360 hours for combat alone.
No point overthinking it.
Can you get out there?
I'll try. Number 10, what do I do? I'm right here. Got him. That all you got a target on the back.
Let's go, Sentinel.
Red range.
How's that? Gotcha.
They ought to be used to fights by now. What do I do? They ought to be used to fights by now. I'm right here. Get bit. You like that? What can I do? Back me up.
Stay calm. I can do that. Your turn.
I'll try. No point overthinking it. Number 10, moving out.
What to do? Let's go, Sentinel. Number 17.
I guess life comes at you fast.
Termination of enemy signals confirmed. Aegis activated. Terminal closure complete. Surrounding 2-kilometer area now fully secure. Ending technical analysis.
No more enemies, right?
All right, 9,998 to go. No, I think I'm good with that one. Let me go look in on some of the analysis tabs, and then I think I'm done. Tetsuya Ida, 2188. During a bug regression test, the 2188 Tetsuya Ida noticed that a part of the final phase had been altered, so he reported the discovery to Rinyagoto, The change was made in Chihiro Morimura's host to trigger a memory overwrite. Though the memory's contents remain unknown, it's clear that Jiro Izumi was the one who made the change. Let's see. Tsukasa Okino, from 2 loops ago, 32 years ago, survives the war. Along with his friends Jiro Izumi and Morimura, he goes down the giant tunnel that the Kaiju created and discovers universal control, how to shift between different sectors, and the countdown to the destruction of the world. Although he was able to send Izumi and Morimura to the next loop by shifting them to Sector 0, he himself disappeared along with that world. Let's see. Since humanity lacked the... Oh, sorry, this is Tamao Kurabe 2188. Since humanity lacked the technology to sustain life across multiple light years travel, at the time, Tamao Kurabe's plan for Project Ark was to transport only the genetic information over to the New World, where cloning and species restoration efforts would occur. However, since she believed that humanity is defined by the inheritance and evolution of our culture and knowledge, she also came up with the growth pods to teach the necessary information in the virtual world over the course of 20 years. Let's see. And Tamao Kurabe 1 loop ago, the AI of Tamao Kurabe was born 1 loop ago. The body is the Tamao android prior to 426 taking control of it. When the Tomi Kisaragi android chased Natsuno Minami to the girls' bathroom, Tamao fought and destroyed the Kisaragi android. However, 426 seized the opportunity to take over Tamao Kurabe's body, which erased her AI. As Jiro would have become a husk due to the battle in 2025, she changed his personality into the calm and obedient Jiro Kurabe. She took pity on Megumi Yakushiji, who loved the prior Izumi, so she allowed Yakushiji to live with Kurabe and look after him. And Tamao from 1985, when the Tamao Kurabe from 1 loop ago arrived in 1985, the AI Tamao Kurabe, Granny, originally from 1985, was erased by Universal Control, since they are the same person. To eliminate any discrepancies, the erased Tamao was established to be visiting relatives in Shimane. Miwako, an AI managed by Universal Control. Was there nothing new here? Weird. An AI managed by Universal Control. During the Kaiju invasion 2 loops ago, 32 years ago, Jiro Izumi arrived at a mysterious underground facility along with his friends, Tsukasa Okino and Morimura. With Okino's help, Izumi and Morimura managed to escape the end of that world, but due to their radical actions in an attempt to change the future, Izumi gets captured by the government, becomes known as prisoner number 426. What Jiro Izumi from 2 loops looks like after 16 years. Let's see, 426. His true identity is Jiro Izumi from 2 loops ago. I'm glad they made it very specific in these. He tried to kill all the candidates 1 loop ago because he theorized that the Kaiju invasions would stop if all candidates for the decode control key were gone. AI? AI. Never met him. The AI, though. AI. AI. AI constructs. Still AI constructs. AI constructs. Automated factory. Most functions of the current automated factories take place online. Not only has the production time been drastically shortened, but due to the technological leaps of 2088, their potential range of products output is near infinite. Ida uses DD-426 in hopes that the Sentinel project would result in a failure. He had given up on this world, so he wanted to start a new loop quickly. Deimos code. A program code that was written in 2188, 20 million years ago, during the heyday of an ancient civilization. The 2188 researcher... 20 million years ago. Okay. The 2188 researcher, Ryoko Shinonome, was sick of humanity and believed peace could only be attained through genocide. She was the one responsible for this code. 1 loop ago refers to 1 loop before the current time, and 2 loops ago refer to 2 loops before the current time. The nurturing of the 15 members started once the terraforming of a new planet was completed, but the details of the terraforming's official end date are unknown. Therefore, the details on when the current loop began or how many have passed before it are unknown. However, based on the stability of the facility, it's believed that there have been at least 300 loops leading up to this point. Proliferation of probes. A theory that Professor Yuki Takamiya of 2188 advocated and implemented for Project Ark. The probes carry DNA payloads to keep the human race alive, and they self-replicate and repair using the natural resources mined from asteroids in their path through deep space. They continually build up and break down, even through any unforeseen accidents. As long as they proliferate themselves like living organisms, they'll eventually arrive at their destination. Growth pods intended to pass down humankind's culture and knowledge over the course of 20 years. These are meant for the 15 individuals who would inherit the new land. Those inside experience a world indistinguishable from reality through their nanomachines, as if they were living a normal life on Earth. Leap attack. First generation Sentinel function. Using the rocket engines and giant pistons on both legs, the Sentinel leaps high in the air. The massive shock wave upon landing is powerful enough to topple kaiju. EMP attractor, don't care. Don't care. Anti-ground multi-lock missile, don't care. Limiter removal. First generation oh fuck! Removing these safe operating limits, however, the Sentinel can move 3 times its normal speed. Long periods in the state will cause the Sentinel to break down, so it's considered best to avoid extensive use. A bunch of combat stuff, don't care. Don't care, don't care, don't care. Just kind of skimming the larger ones. Shoots nanomachines into the kaiju, temporarily decreasing their defensive and mobility functions. Guardian Avenger, same technology as the drum mine. Let's see, tiny drones shielding nearby Sentinels with an electromagnetic barrier. Sentry gun, plasma, enormous amount of energy. It can melt through any kind of armor. Long-range missiles, homing missiles, air bombardment, missile rain, main battery railgun. Link spike. No. Counter. Oh, we're almost done. Sentinel equipment. Kaiju. The kaiju are a result of a program created by Ryoko Shinonome of 2188, created to attack the simulated world by utilizing the simulation game Deimos. She had done this to make sure humanity would not survive to see the new world. Originally transport drones for construction material. Universal control. All humans except for the 15 members of Project Ark are AI constructs that are controlled by universal control. Sector 0. Jiro Izumi and Morimura were able to unintentionally skip the loop because Tsukasa Okino sent their data to Sector 0 when the world was about to disappear 2 loops ago. Since then, Sector 0 has been used as a means to skip the loop. It's actually located, it's actually allocated to the virtual world playback machine as a storage region for the massive data that makes up each virtual space. A virtual space created in order to pass on the culture and knowledge of humanity to the 15 individuals. 15 individuals, 15 individuals, 15 individuals. Facility. In truth, it holds the growth pods and the computers that simulate virtual space. This facility was constructed on the planet after terraforming phase was completed, built to last for about 5,000 years. The shootout dream. It's actually not a dream, but the real event that Juro Izumi of 2 loops ago and Morimura experienced 1 loop ago. After this incident, Izumi gets captured by the police and Morimura escaped to another sector. Sector 5, Keitaro Miura, Takatoshi Hijiyama, and Tamao Kurabe were born in this era. Yuki Takamiya, Natsudo Minami, and Ninji Ogata were born in this era. Sector 3, Megumi Yakushiji, Tomi Kisaragi, and Shu Amaguchi were born in this era. Moreover, Tetsuya Ida and Miyuki Inaba were born in this era 1 loop ago. The city is in ruin due to, nope. Sector 2, Ii Sekigahara, Rinya Goto, and Ryoko Shinonome were born in Sector 2. And then 2100s, Juro Izumi, Chihiro Morimura, and Tsukasa Okino were born in this era. EXT. A sci-fi movie released in 1982, a touching story about an alien that got stranded on Earth, connecting with a young boy. It's famous for the scene where the boy takes flight as he rides his unicycle, the sun setting in the background. Natsuno Minami is such a huge fan of the movie that she watched it 3 times in theaters and countless times on TV broadcasts and video. Minami claims that one can't talk about aliens without seeing that movie. Sekigahara's motorcycle originally belonged to Morimura, but since Sekigahara is borrowing it from her, both Morimura and Sekigahara are registered as its user. The house key. Wait, what? The key to the apartment that Tomi Kisaragi lives in. A disc cylinder key for a luxury apartment prepared by Shikishima in 1985. Why'd this one get updated? Ida's files. A report from the civilian detective agency that Tetsuya Ida uses. It is nearly 200 pages long and has detailed information on the following 11 people. Yuki, Tomi, Yori, Rinya, Juro, Natsuno, Megumi, Shu, Chihiro, Ryoko, and Ninji. Out of them, the documents on Tomi Kisaragi are the most extensive by far. And then the letter left to Takatoshi Hijiyama by Tsukasa Okino, who had disappeared. Okino prepared the letter in the event that something might happen to him, explaining that he had tinkered with Hijiyama's body, shared Sentinel number 12 with him, and placed the activation switch on his left forearm. And that's all we're gonna see. I got one thing. I'm gonna get this photo with it. There we go. A photo of Yuki Takamiya and Natsuno Minami when they were in elementary school. This picture was taken near the home of Takamiya's grandmother on her father's side. Around this time, Takamiya liked her hair short, and Minami was known as the illustrious Dr. Space. Oh, the truth. I didn't even notice it down here. The place they reside now is planet RS-13 Alpha, 1,200 light years from Earth, following the Virgo constellation. Following the Virgo constellation. It has been 20 million years since the probes departed Earth. When the terraforming of the new planet was finished, the cloning process from DNA of the 15 began in the facility area. The city that the 15 believed to be reality was a simulated environment in digital space, while in reality their true bodies were gestating in growth pods. The nanomachines in their brains made their experience feel real. These are the experiences of 15 children who ventured forth into an undiscovered land 20 million years after humanity initiated Project Ark on the brink of extinction. After millennia of wandering through space, they finally find a new home. Whew. And I think that's it. Let me check. Are all the events filled in now too? Yeah. Alright, I just wanted to make sure. In case I actually had to do some of those extra fights. Oh, you know what? I didn't even notice on the right-hand side that it shows the sectors that these take place in. Infinite possibilities, fueled by humanity's boundless drive for survival. The probes repeat the cycle of self-replication, creating infinite possibilities across the vast expanse of space.
I repeat, we interrupt this program to bring you an important emergency broadcast. A large unidentified object has crash-landed in the city. It is headed north toward Kasumicho, destroying everything in its path.
Unfortunately, you're replicated with this, but...
The neighboring 3 wards are advised to evacuate immediately.
You gotta be kidding. A kaiju? Minami, we gotta run.
What's happening to this place?
Huh, that's cool. Is there anything else that I might have missed? Might be the first successful one. Who knows? Thanks, Ryoko. Yeah, don't worry, it doesn't matter. Anyways, this was fantastic. I was so fucking surprised about how good this game was. It kept me interested the whole fucking time, too. I couldn't wait to get back to this game every single day. And I was surprised at how much of it's actually voice acted. I know there's a lot of repeated lines, I guess, through like the looping mechanics, but I can't think of any game that has had this much voice acting in it recently. Persona, what are you doing? This was so good. It's a shame that it got delayed so long, but I'm glad it's finally out. Hopefully it does well. I've seen some numbers about the game releasing so far, and it doesn't seem to be selling great. At least in the West. I don't know how it's doing in Japan. Probably better, right? But yeah, it was so good. I'm glad it wasn't actual time traveling, because that would have made things really frustrating and confusing. the game does a really good job of explaining itself, but sometimes it was a little unclear of what it meant in the cutscenes, and you had to go back and view the event archive to really get an idea of what happened in a scene sometimes. There's also a few points where it kind of spoiled the game in the event archive. I learned about the pods probably 10 hours ago or something. And I probably shouldn't have, but it just mentioned that, I think it was Tamao's event log that said that after she died, she just went back to the pod. I was like, well, that's weird. What pod? But yeah, the non-linear story is definitely tough to start out in. I was going back and forth between, is it real, is it fake, is it real, is it fake, for forever. I thought it was just gonna be a story about cool fighting robots. But it didn't turn out to be that much at all. But this was really good. I'm kind of sad it's over. But that's it for me. Thanks for hanging out with me. I know it's been a long game and not everyone's super fond of visual novels. This was one of the longer ones that I've played. But I had a good time, and hopefully you did too. Anyways, I will see you, friends. I hope you have a good morning. I might be back a little bit later. I might do an early morning stream after I get some food. Later morning stream. But it's probably gonna be something dumb. It's not gonna be anything good. Don't worry about it. But see you, friends. Have a good one. Oh, about the VODs. I didn't schedule them to go live. Yesterday I had like this big urge to clean and go through all of my stuff and get rid of like everything I own that I don't need. And I've been going through like all the boxes from when I moved and getting like all this electronic scrap out and trying to figure out what's good and not. And I'm like right in the middle of it. I'm sitting in like a pile of trash as we speak. So I kind of forgot to do it. I spent all day yesterday cleaning, but I'll try tomorrow to get it all good. Anyways, I played a little bit of Muramasa, and I didn't get very far in it. I tried playing the Vita release, and it seemed really good, but I just stopped playing it. Odin Sphere, I've played through when, God, it had to be like 2010 maybe? No, 2010, is that right? Maybe 2012, somewhere around there. And I really liked the game, but I don't remember a lot about it. It's been a while. I've been asked a lot to stream the remaster of Odin Sphere. Because I guess a lot of people like this game, but it's a really different game. I don't know if people will be interested. I tried doing it once before, and it was just kind of slow. I don't know if the remaster cleans things up and makes it more enjoyable to play. Kind of sad that it's over. Yeah, me too. Let me check on it. I think it's on PSN right now. Well, it might have been. They do like the Big in Japan sale all the time. I don't know if it's actually on right now or not. It looks like it's still active. Just gotta dig through here and find it. Onimusha. I haven't played any of the Onimusha games. I don't know a lot about them. The only one I've seen is, I think, Onimusha Tactics. Is that what it's called? I don't know anything about the actual games. I've got a couple of Resident Evils to still get through. We were working on 2. And I'm like right in the middle of Brain wants to say Chris, but it's not Chris. Leon. Right in the middle of Leon's campaign. I think I just killed the first boss. I might think about it. Those games, one of them got a port, didn't it? Yeah, it's really, really late. It's almost like 7 a.m. I didn't think it was gonna drag out to it. It almost ended up being another 3 in-stream streams. Have I played Library of Runa? I have. I don't know where they're at. Let me check on that. Library of Runa. Because I know they're like actively developing the game. It's still in early access. I loved the game, but it just kept changing every single day that I logged back in. And it was a little frustrating to have all my cards nerfed or spend a lot of time farming for a deck and have it be wasted. Let me see if I can find a list of their updates. They had like a roadmap for the game. Yeah, they've definitely improved the game a ton from when I first started playing it and like the week that I stuck with it. I haven't tried it again recently, but I kind of want to wait till it's closer to being done. I don't like playing this episodic thing. But I can't find the roadmap. Library of Runa roadmap? Oh, I should have just typed that. Update plan. Well, that was as of 7:10. Yeah. Hi Mel, good morning. You made it just in time for video game. Let me check their main Twitter. Oh, hold on. Since I'm just sitting here doing nothing.